not be.
Should not
and
be,
you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what we are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now says, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
No, I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Meduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
If at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the ROI is not speaking for anybody.
They all have vested interest. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. Because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him.
To prove you right or wrong, is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this. It is either all or nothing. Do you think that
there's no halfway? There's no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people. In saying that we the people, we're saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices up to the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Mr. Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and
yes,
it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to allow the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work.
Hello everyone, my name is Clifford Chukwemeka Irwanya. I come from Aro Ndionyemobi, and Aro Ndionyemobi is in the old Olu province of the eastern region of the Lugadian experiment called Nigeria. And I'm reaching you from Houston, Texas, United States of America, on this very good day, which is Friday, the 11th of February 2022. I am here with a message which I titled, A Final Call to Halt the Very Journey to Golgotha called 2023 election. I repeat, a final call to halt the journey to Golgotha, otherwise called 2023 election. And I know some of you will be wondering, why am I calling for a halt to election? Is it that I am anti-democratic in nature, or I don't like democracy? No, that is not the real thing. I am 100% in support of democracy. And democracy, you are aware, is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And it is universally accepted that democracy is born out of the Constitution. If there is no Constitution, there is no democracy. And that is why it is correctly put as constitutional democracy. That means a democracy that is born from the Constitution. Without a Constitution, there is no democracy. And the question now is, what are the impacts of Constitution in a country? You know, the Constitution is what defines a country. In fact, it is in the Constitution that you find the boundaries of a country clearly stated. Constitution is what determines the structure of a country. In other words, it is in the Constitution that you find out whether that country will be in terms of a region or states or provinces. Constitution also determines the structure of a government and the type of government. It is in the Constitution that you will know if you are allowed to own and operate the resources in your land. And a Constitution, if not properly done and handled, will throw up all kind of leadership. I give you an example. In Nigeria, they fraudulently and criminally crafted a document and called it the 1999 Constitution. It is in that Constitution that made it possible for somebody who is currently as the president of Nigeria to be in that position, despite the fact that this man committed treason on December 31, 1983. Listen to me, for those of you who were born in the mid-80s and those who are watching this video that are not Nigerian, on Saturday, December 31, 1983, this man who is currently the president of Nigeria overthrew a democratically elected government through a coup d'etat. And he is supposed to be punished, prosecuted by using Section 410 and sentenced under Section 411 of Cap P3, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004. But that is not going to happen. Why? Because this same fraudulent constitution gives him what is called judicial immunity. Because in Section 6, subsection 6D of this fraudulent and criminally crafted 1999 Constitution, it states that anybody that has been in government by whatever means from January 15, 1966 to May 29, 1999 cannot be tried by any court in Nigeria. And he committed treason on December 31, 1983. So he is well protected according to Section 6, subsection 6D of the fraudulent 1999 Constitution. Another thing I want to mention here is that I used to ignorantly, argue that this man is not qualified by way of education to contest for the president of Nigeria. I later found out that I was wrong, because in the same fraudulent constitution, in section 218, subsection 1, it says that the only condition that qualifies you to contest is if you are able to read and write as certified by INEC. In other words, if INEC look at you and say that you can read and write, you are qualified to contest.
Thank you, Clifford. I just wanted to remind everyone that Nigeria is operating a pirated copy of the democracy, a counterfeit. Just like you have counterfeit drug, you have counterfeit clothes produced in some sweat factories. In different countries, I don't want to mention their names. Yes, that's exactly what Nigeria has. A counterfeit democracy, fake democracy. It's not original. It's not even anything near the true copy of democracy. So that's the lot of Nigerians. And the opportunity has been given to Nigerians to press on for constitutional reordering. Unfortunately, there are criminals, criminal goats, political goats, who are leading the people steadily to slaughter, and the people are ready to go die. That's why we are where we are.
Hello everyone, my name is Clifford Chukwemeka Irua. Committed treason on December 31, 1983. So he is well protected according to section 6, subsection 6D of the fraudulent 1999 Constitution. Another thing I want to mention here is that I used to ignorantly, argue that this man is not qualified by way of education to contest for the president of Nigeria. I later found out that I was wrong, because in the same fraudulent constitution, in section 218, subsection 1, it says that the only condition that qualifies you to contest is if you are able to read and write as certified by INEC. In other words, if INEC look at you and say that you can read and write, you are qualified to contest for any position in Nigeria as long as you attain the age required. For example, president is 40 years. So if you are 40 years, you never went to school, you never had certificate, you are qualified to contest according to section 318, subsection 1 of the fraudulent and criminally crafted 1999 Constitution. So the issue now is, what the way forward? The way forward is, one, we need to constitutionally re-engineer. In other words, we need to have a brand new constitution. And let me start with this. In fact, if this is the only thing you're going to get in this video, I am happy. And what is that I'm talking about? Constitution making is a two-stage process. Two-stage process. Stage 1 and stage 2. In that two-stage process, the first stage is to conduct a regional referendum, because constitution is a union agreement. In other words, the independent people, they have to agree, first of all, within themselves, and then they now have to agree with the other indigenous people. And therefore, the first stage is the regional referendum. You go to the various regions and conduct referendum to find out if they are willing to form a union with the other regions. It's when they agree, if they vote overwhelmingly yes, then you begin to bring those different regions together to craft the terms of the agreement, which is the law that will be guiding them. And that is why in the preamble you say, we, the people, having solemnly resolved to live together. Solemnly resolved. Solemn means everybody agreed to live together. Do hereby give unto ourselves the following constitution. So first of all, they have to agree to be in a union. That's stage 1. Second stage is to now sit down and write these terms of agreement, which is the very constitution they are talking about. Now, what is the way forward? Again, the way forward should go to the drawing board and restart afresh. And people are saying, how is that possible? South Africa was in this same very situation. And in 1990, what did they do? They formed a transitioning body. Frederick de Klerk and his co-apartheid government officials were still in government. And that is what the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINA, which comprises the middle belt and the southern part of Nigeria, that's what they are talking about. Those in government right now continue to stay, but let us have a transitioning body that will first of all conduct a regional referendum. Then after that, those who agree to federate, those who agree to form union, will sit down and write the terms of that union. That is a very simple thing. So we should halt this election journey. And let me conclude with this. People should understand the message of NINA. NINA is not talking about election boycott. Election boycott is the one-day event at the terminal, that is the very end, after the journey has moved from world election congresses, forming candidates, party election campaign, and all those are the journeys. So we are talking about halting that journey to the election, not election boycott, because many people are going about with the wrong message that Ninas is talking about boycott. No, we are talking about halting the journey to election. The second thing I want to talk about is that so many people are giving the wrong message that Ninas is talking about constitutional amendment. For you to amend a constitution, it means that there has to be a constitution in the first place. There is no constitution. What you have, they are parading about as the 1999 constitution, is a fraud. It's criminally crafted. He said, we the people. I challenge anybody who is watching this video to tell me when we the people, where we the people gathered to make the constitution. Secondly, every standard constitution in this world is activated by referendum, by vote. After writing the constitution, it will be subjected to a vote. When did we vote to activate the 1999 constitution? So there is nothing like amendment, because there is nothing to amend. So my closing message is this. We should stop the march to 2023 now. Halt that journey, please, so that we should go back and go through the two-stage process of constitution making. I repeat, two-stage process, starting with regional referendum. Then after that, the next stage, which is those who want to federate, we come together and write the terms of the federation or the regulations guiding them. I'll end with this. For those who really want freedom, who truly want freedom, join the NINAS to make sure we halt the journey to 2023. As you do so, I pray that the Lord God will bless you and keep you, that the Lord God will make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you, and that the Lord God will lift up the light of the countenance upon you and grant you his peace, both now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you, and bye-bye for now.
Yeah, let's not forget, again, like what I said before. Nigeria is operating a counterfeit, fake democracy that has no bearing, no basis to what democracy is all about. It's not about the people. It's about some thieves, some drug dealers, some terrorists. It's not about anyone making any positive contribution. Rather, it's seizing, exploiting resources of different areas of the country. Today it is the resources of the Delta. And while the North is, while Arewa is keeping theirs because they are the invaders, while they are keeping the gold that is extracted from there, they are taking the oil and gas from the Delta and burning the place down. So a lot of abnormalities going on with Nigeria is because the democracy itself is fake. And so rejecting it and pressing forward for a multi-regional referendum is the way to go. This has been your boy Stephen from the Lower Niger Territory Radio, Freedom Radio.
Listen to the Jew Adeyanju as he takes Bola Ahmed Tinubu to clean us. He says that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in prison, not campaigning for any falling Nigeria's presidency.
Well, looking also at the issue of Tinubu's presidential ambition, we always knew the day will come when
Sahara reporters interviewing Deji Adeyanju, a human rights activist in
Bola
Nigeria.
Ahmed Tinubu will declare his interest in running for president, and it has actually come to that day, knowing fully well that he has been calculatively amassing the resources that will land him in Aso Rock. Let me ask you, can Nigeria afford Tinubu's presidency?
Nigerians sincerely cannot, and, these political ancestors, like I like to call them, the Tinubus, the Atikus, and all these people, I believe that it is time for them to retire. The country has been more than magnanimous to them, and how do you justify a man like Tinubu, who openly boasted in Osun during the last gubernatorial election, that he's richer than Osun State, a federating unit within the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined under the Constitution, an individual who has no known source of income anywhere. We openly boast that he's richer than a federating unit in a federal system of government, and that is the kind of character that wants to lead Nigeria. This is a private jet driving, mansion, unexplainable resources, billions, amounting in billions owner. This is somebody who was caught with 2 billion bonds on the eve of the last presidential election in his house, and he came out openly to boast that it's his money. Did anybody complain that their money is missing? That's the character, that want to now govern Nigeria. It's unfortunate that, our country will patronize destroyers of our nation like this kind of characters. It is regrettable. However, one thing we should be mindful of is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for any elective position in this country. Because by being in custody of 2 billion bonds alone, that is alone is enough evidence to send him to jail and ban him perpetually from holding any public office. Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act states that no individual shall be in custody of more than 5 million naira. And a body corporate, that is a growing concern within the interpretation and meaning of the Company and Allied Matters Act, is that a growing concern like a body corporate cannot be in possession of more than 10 million naira. So what is an individual? A politician at that. Because even Dangote should not be seen with bullion banks. Because it's an individual. Even Dangote group of companies should not be seen with bullion banks. Because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a commercial bank. Bullion banks only move from Central Bank of Nigeria to commercial banks. So this man has been found culpable. He has been found wanting. He should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for president. He should be in jail. And that's why we still have a subsisting petition at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we are urging on the new chapter.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu also has a documented conviction in the United States. More than 10 years ago, Sahara reporters serialized that conviction. It's on a PDF format. You can Google it, check it out on Google. Just type in Bola Ahmed versus the United States Justice. Bola Ahmed Tinubu versus the U.S. Justice Department. That will give you a lot of clues as to what's really going on.
Chairman, because we wrote this and we're going to send a reminder shortly to the new chairman that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should not be above the law, that this man should be in jail. He should be in jail for committing a crime.
And by the way, Nigeria's election is a charade. It's all predetermined. There's nothing to it. And anything that will extend the lifetime of current dubious criminal 1999 constitution should be jettisoned. And for the people to be free, binding multi-regional referendum is a must for Nigeria. Otherwise, the future of the country is in jeopardy. It doesn't look good for Nigeria.
It's a Nigerian people.
Now, consider the fact that he also has heavy weight with regards to his moral baggage, and considering his identity being shrouded in incredulous falsehoods. Do Nigerians really have what it takes to repudiate the very virtues of ethical visions, accountability, and the moral courage of this element like Tinubu?
You see, naturally, the age of retirement should be 60, right? Now, if the age of retirement should be 60, these men should be in retirement homes by now. These are grandparents. You know, we should be... Imagine if our grandparents come out now and say they want to contest. We are practically taking care of our grandparents now. You know, and we know the challenges these men face. And you can see the way President Buhari has practically almost crippled the economy of Nigeria and even the polity and the governance structure of the country because of his old age. This is somebody that said Nigeria is celebrating for working for...
This is almost speaking about Tinubu.
An underdeveloped country. Even a developed country...
People who should be in care home getting their diapers changed.
15 hours. So, we've got to talk more of an underdeveloped country. We are backward in technology, in everything, in every form of advancement. We are backward.
Change the constitution and rescue Nigeria from being backward.
Strong, upwardly healthy president, you know, invariably. However,
Obasanjo for allegedly backing IPOB, insults Yoruba leaders. I'm not sure if he's insulted them or he pointed out what is very much obvious for encouraging Nnamdi Kanu. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakuba, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. They want us to take the highway and get into freedom. That's what these people are doing. People like Obasanjo and Maxwell Adeleye, including all Oduduwa-leaning groups that are still supporting Nnamdi Kanu, knowing what is going on in the southeast. Because their support for Nnamdi Kanu is nothing but making it impossible for our people to attain freedom. There is no defined roadmap leading to freedom, leading to Biafra by the IPOB, MASOP, and all of the Biafra groups, including the customary government that Asari Dakuba heads. They don't have any clear roadmap leading to Biafra of Niger Delta or Niger Delta Republic, nothing. And so all these people need to actually recognize what the NINAS is all about. Back to this Asari Dakuba's position. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakuba, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. The leader of Afenifere, this is me, the leader of Afenifere the other day said Nnamdi Kanu is the savior of Igbo people, that Igbo people should support him. And Southeast is getting shot on Mondays. And it was shot the day Nnamdi Kanu had 3 days court appearance from Monday to Wednesday. The entire Southeast was completely shut down, destroying the economic activity so much so that our people are now living on Onitsha and other cities in Igbo land for Republic of Benin, as far as the Republic of Benin. People are vacating on each main market. So Igbo economy is going down, and some Yoruba leaders are supporting this openly, basically destroying Ali Igbo. I want to point out that that section of Yoruba that is with Ninas is not part of this gang up. He further charged IPOB members and their supporters to take a cue from Igboho, who has never ordered the killing of anybody, allegedly, unlike now detained Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the IPOB, he said. Igboho is also being detained in Benin Republic by the government of the West African country after he was arrested at Cotonou Airport while trying to travel to Germany. I still maintain that the detention of Igboho, this is me speaking, is illegal because he never hurt anybody. He was campaigning for the referendum in the southwest, in the Oduduwa land, just as we are also asking for a binding multi-regional referendum in the lower Niger territory that includes present-day southeast and south-south, and middle belt as well. Championing the removal of the terrorists that were hiding in the Oduduwa forests. Those that were kidnapping and killing innocent citizens, those that killed the leader of Afeni Ferre's daughter. I believe that is called Fasoranti. You come out and kill our people, and people are supporting you, and you are happy. And you are happy? He said. He continued, Sunday Igboho never commanded anybody to be killed. Look at how the Yorubas are fooling you. Those elderly buffoons and fools, mischief makers, fooling you to destroy Igbo land, he added. Why are they not disturbing Lagos because of Sunday Igboho, who is being detained? I mean, this is a fair question to these Yoruba voices, including those at Clubhouse, who were calling Nnamdi Kanu all sorts of lovely names. They are not recognizing the damage that is being done to Igbo land, or they are supporting it tacitly, deliberately. And these are the people that are calling for the Oduduwa nation to come to be. Can Oduduwa nation come to be to the exclusion of all others, to the exclusion of Igbo, being free in Nigeria the right way, without burning down Southeast, which is exactly what Nnamdi Kanu is championing, because I have not seen his lawyers or his spokespersons, including those on autopilot and those that have gone to do, call out this behavior that is destroying the Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them on into the pit of hell. They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Igboho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kanu. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied, and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book. And I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too, because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media, quoting Obasanjo to have said, with what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adeleye, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of NINAS, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of NINAS and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in NINAS movement. That Yoruba is part of NINAS, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt. The nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was non-official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuochu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia. Cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and their Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB told us that they are not their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB is more powerful, the elusive is more powerful that has no face. Tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's the gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, the entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adeleye, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Make a news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations, imagine, simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory.
I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us.
Listen to the Jew Adeyanju as he takes Bola Ahmed Tinubu to clean us. He says that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in prison, not campaigning for any falling Nigeria's presidency.
Well, looking also at the issue of Tinubu's presidential ambition, we always knew the day will come when
Sahara Reporters interviewed Adeyanju, the human rights activist.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu will declare his interest in running for president, and it has actually come to that day, knowing fully well that he has been calculatively amassing the resources that will land him in Aso Rock. Let me ask you, can Nigeria afford Tinubu's presidency?
Nigerians sincerely cannot, and these political ancestors, like I like to call them, the Tinubus, the Atikus, and all these people. I believe that it is time for them to retire. The country has been more than magnanimous to them, and how do you justify a man like Tinubu, who openly boasted in Osun during the last election that is richer than Osun State, a federating unit within the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined in the Constitution, an individual who has no known source of income anywhere, will openly boast that he's richer than a federating unit in a federal system of government, and that is the kind of character I want to lead Nigeria. This is a private jet driving, mansion, unexplainable resources, billions, amounting in billions owner. This is somebody who was caught with 2 billion bands on the eve of the last presidential election in his house, and he came out openly to boast that it's his money. Did anybody complain that their money is missing? That's the character, that want to now govern Nigeria. It's unfortunate that, our country would patronize destroyers of our nation like this kind of characters. It is regrettable. However, one thing we should be mindful of is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for any elective position in this country. Because by being in custody of 2 billion bands alone, that is alone is enough evidence to send him to jail and ban him perpetually from holding any public office. Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act states that no individual shall be in custody of more than 5 million naira. And a body corporate, that is a growing concern within the interpretation meaning of the Company and Other Matters Act, is that a growing concern like a body corporate cannot be in possession of more than 10 million naira. So what is an individual? A politician, but at that, because even Dangote should not be seen with bullion banks. Because it's an individual. Even Dangote group of companies should not be seen with bullion banks. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a commercial bank. Bullion banks only move from Central Bank of Nigeria to commercial banks. So this man has been found culpable. He has been found wanting. He should be in jail. He shouldn't be running for president. He should be in jail. And that's why we still have a subsisting petition at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we are urging on the new chapter.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu also has a documented conviction in the United States. More than 10 years ago, Sahara reporters realized that conviction. It's on a PDF format. You can Google it, check it out on Google. Just type in Bola Ahmed versus the United States State Department, Justice. Bola Ahmed Tinubu versus the U.S. Justice Department. That will give you a lot of clues as to what's really going on.
Chairman, because we wrote this and we're going to send a reminder shortly to the new chairman that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should not be approved the law, that this man should be in jail. He should be in jail for committing a crime.
And by the way, Nigeria's election is a charade. It's all predetermined. There's nothing to it. And anything that will extend the lifetime of current dubious criminal 1999 constitution should be jettisoned. And for the people to be free, binding multi-regional referendum is a must for Nigeria. Otherwise, the future of the country is in jeopardy. It doesn't look good for Nigeria.
Now, consider the fact that he also has a heavy weight with regards to his moral baggage, and considering his identity being shrouded in incredulous falsehoods. Do Nigerians really have what it takes to repudiate the very virtues of ethical visions, accountability, and the moral courage of this element like the Tinubu?
Is it naturally the age of retirement should be 60, right? Now, if the age of retirement should be 60, these men should be in retirement homes by now. These are grandparents. We should be. Imagine if our grandparents come out now and say they want to contest. We are practically taking care of our grandparents now. And we know the challenges these men face. And you can see the way President Buhari has practically almost crippled the economy of Nigeria, and even the polity and the governance structure of the country because of his old age. This is somebody that said Nigeria is celebrating for working for.
These are not speaking about Tinubu. People who should be in care home getting their diapers changed.
15 hours. So, we're not talking of an underdeveloped country. We are backward in technology, in everything, in every form of advancement. We are backward.
Change the constitution and rescue Nigeria from being backward.
A strong, upwardly healthy president, invariably. However,
here's a very interesting position taken by Asari Dakubo, which I share 100% of. And I will try to be very, very careful here in mentioning what I'm about to say, which is echoing what Asari Dakubo stated 3 days ago. Asari Dakubo slams Obasanjo for allegedly backing IPOB, insults Yoruba leaders. I'm not sure if he insulted them or he pointed out what is very much obvious for encouraging Nnamdi Kanu. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. They want us to take the highway and get into freedom. That's what these people are doing. People like Obasanjo and Maxwell Adeleye, including all Oduduwa-leaning groups that are still supporting Nnamdi Kanu, knowing what is going on in the southeast. Because their support for Nnamdi Kanu is nothing but making it impossible for our people to attain freedom. There is no defined roadmap leading to freedom, leading to Biafra by the IPOB, MASOP, and all of the Biafra groups, including the customary government that Asari Dakubo heads. They don't have any clear roadmap leading to Biafra of Niger Delta or Niger Delta Republic, nothing. And so all these people need to actually recognize what the Ninas is all about. Back to this Asari Dakubo's position. Founder of the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Mujahid Asari Dakubo, has accused Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo of supporting the agitations of the indigenous people of Biafra. The leader of Afenifere, this is me, the leader of Afenifere the other day said Nnamdi Kanu is the savior of Igbo people, that Igbo people should support him. And Southeast is getting shot on Mondays. And it was shot the day Nnamdi Kanu had 3 days court appearance from Monday to Wednesday. The entire Southeast was completely shut down, destroying the economic activity so much so that our people are now living on Onitsha and other cities in Igbo land for Republic of Benin. As far as the Republic of Benin, people are vacating on Onitsha main market. So Igbo economy is going down, and some Yoruba leaders are supporting this openly, basically destroying Ali Igbo. I want to point out that that section of Yoruba that is with Ninas is not part of this gang up. He further charged IPOB members and their supporters to take a cue from Igboho, who has never ordered the killing of anybody, allegedly, unlike now detained Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the IPOB, he said. Igboho is also being detained in Benin Republic by the government of the West African country after he was arrested at Cotonou Airport while trying to travel to Germany. I still maintain that the detention of Igboho, this is me speaking, is illegal because he never hurt anybody. He was campaigning for the referendum in the southwest, in the Oduduwa land, just as we are also asking for a binding multi-regional referendum in the lower Niger territory that includes present-day southeast and south-south, and middle belt as well. Was championing the removal of the terrorists that were hiding in the Oduduwa forests.
those that were kidnapping and killing innocent citizens, those that killed the leader of Afeni Ferre's daughter. I believe that is called Fasoranti. You come out and kill our people, and people are supporting you, and you are happy. And you are happy? He said. He continued, Sunday Igboho never commanded anybody to be killed. Look at how the Yorubas are fooling you. Those elderly buffoons and fools, mischief makers, fooling you to destroy Igbo land, he added. Why are they not disturbing Lagos because of Sunday Igboho, who is being detained? I mean, this is a fair question to these Yoruba voices, including those at Clubhouse, who were calling Nnamdi Kanu all sorts of lovely names. They are not recognizing the damage that is being done to Igbo land, or they are supporting it tacitly, deliberately. And these are the people that are calling for the Oduduwa nation to come to be. Can Oduduwa nation come to be to the exclusion of all others, to the exclusion of Igbo, being free in Nigeria the right way, without burning down Southeast, which is exactly what Nnamdi Kanu is championing, because I have not seen his lawyers or his spokespersons, including those on autopilot and those that have gone to do, call out this behavior that is destroying the Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous.
Here's an interesting one. A faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. I believe this is referring to people like Simon Eba, the autopiloter from Finland, Nelly Idu Uchebu of residing in US, and those other people that make a lot of noise, inciting our people to go destroy each other in the Southeast while their places are secure in Italy or in Warri or wherever. A faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo has issued a stern warning to people supporting the agitation for the independence of Biafra from overseas. The pro-Igbo socio-cultural organization described the support for Biafra from abroad as cowardice, especially while the economic and social activities of people in the Southeast are adversely affected. The group also threw a subtle shade at the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, who was based in the UK for some time until he was arrested and renditioned to Nigeria from Kenya in June 2021, and others based overseas. Many Biafra agitators are based overseas, including Simon Eba, an outspoken self-acclaimed disciple of Kanu, who lives in Finland. This was contained in a statement issued on Sunday by Okechukwu Isiguzoro, the Secretary General of the group. The group stated that it has observed that there are some sets of persons fanning the embers of violence in the region while hiding in their comfort zones in Europe and Europe and North America. It described this as an act of cowardice, saying they should come to Nigeria where they can take the lead in the Biafra agitations. Ohaneze noted that an end had come for people in such a category. The statement read in part, "We warn that the era of Biafra agitators residing in Europe, Asia, and North America, given directive to Igbos, have ended. They should relocate to Nigeria to physically lead the struggle, as it is an act of cowardice to hide in your comfort zones in Europe, the North America, and lead Biafra agitation." The group also asked IPOB to apologize for declaring a sit-at-home in the southeastern Nigeria, which the pro-Biafra organization says has been hijacked by hoodlums who now enforce the exercise every Monday. Ohaneze said if IPOB had not declared the sit-at-home in the first place, the violence and dip in the economic fortune of the region occasioned by the exercise would never have happened. Praise be to God. He nailed it. Okechukwu Isiguzoro nailed it. IPOB denying responsibility for this heinous act against our people is a wash. It doesn't hold any water at all whatsoever, because they started it and they have not condemned it and said, look, these are criminals. They are not operating on behalf of IPOB or whatsoever. You know? So hurting our people, killing our people, hurting the economic well-being of our people is an anti-Igbo nation activity. It is very seditious against the interest of our people. And this is actually being reported by Sahara Reporters, one of the dependable news sources out there. And it's coming to you from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. And your guy is Stephen. As Nigeria is falling all over the place and as people are exposing themselves as criminals are lining up to take over from a non-terrorist government that has nothing good for Nigerian citizens, especially those of Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria that contains many nations. There is something that is going on somewhere in another part of the world. A nation that is also in the same world that we are living in. The only difference is ours differences. It's the same world, the same human populated world. Here's how the home government is responding to protesters who are blocking the highways and major border crossings into the country. Hear him. Here's the Prime Minister of Canada declaring emergency act to deal with protest deadlock in Ottawa and other places where even some protesters have been arrested with guns at border crossing, yet not a single person have been injured or killed by the police. In one of the best countries in the world, they are respecting the rights of those protesters because they are asking for an end to all COVID restrictions. And already the provinces are already removing all the COVID restrictions because a lot of people have had booster shots, the third shots. So they are asking, why are you still restricting them? If they could take the shots, or others say they don't want to take the shots. So they still have to respect them. They are not shooting them. They are not firing water at them. They are not firing rubber bullets. They are just controlling the crowd. Compare that to what is going on in Nigeria and you find out why Nigeria needs an urgent referendum across the regions, especially those places that are coming under attack by a group that the government is backing. I mean, the government of Nigeria is openly supporting, defending through government spokespeople the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being sponsored by Mieti Allah. There are non-terror sympathizers in the government of Nigeria. Issa Pantami. I mean, a lot of things going on. Abubakar, I think his name is Abubakar Gumi, right? Or is it his father that is called this name? But anyway, Sheikh Gumi goes to fraternize with terrorists in their camps, in the bush, in the forest. The government knows about it. They cannot arrest him because he's a Saudi agent. So to get free from all this nonsense, the only thing that will restore the honor, the pride of citizenship to the people of Lower Niger Territory, to the people of Oduduwa, to the people of Middle Belt, is a binding multi-regional referendum. Once we go through that, then we can make demand of our own governments. This is how Canada is responding to people that have been blocking roads, blocking highways, blocking border areas. Some of them have been arrested with guns. Those guns are most likely registered to them, so they own it. It's part of their freedom, exercise of their freedom to bear guns. They're exercising it and they are getting arrested peacefully. Nobody is dying.
Here's how the measures taking today will help get the situation under control.
The Emergency Act.
The police will be given more tools to restore order in places where public assemblies can constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as blockades and occupations, as seen in Ottawa, the Ambassador Bridge, and elsewhere. These tools include strengthening their ability to impose fines or imprisonment. The government will designate, secure, and protect places and infrastructure that are critical to our economy and people's jobs, including border crossings and airports. We cannot and will not allow illegal and dangerous activities to continue. The Emergencies Act will also allow the government to make sure essential services are rendered, for example, in order to tow vehicles blocking roads. In addition, financial institutions will be authorized or directed to render essential services to help address the situation, including by regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support illegal blockades. Finally, will enable the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offenses where required. This is what the Emergencies Act does.
The Prime Minister, in making use of the Emergency Act, says this is what the Emergency Act demands. Not a single person has been shot in all the blockades and protests, with all that the protesters are doing. Not a single person has been injured. Instead, people are being arrested for doing other things. For doing other things that are even, again, bearing gun is part of their right, but they haven't used it. And they are getting arrested because already there's protest going on and they're bearing gun among the people there. They didn't kill anybody. Think about it if you're Nigerian, because you need to shut down every further political activity in your area, in your community. Let whoever is asking for presidency or trying to become anything over this current madness going on in Nigeria, let them know that you are not part of it, that your community does not want to go through election, but you want to go through referendum. That is what Nigeria needs to restore dignity to all the people, to all those people, at least to all those people that are coming under attack, Benue, Middle Belt, Southeast, South-South, Southwest, so that the dignity of your life and your nationality in your emerging countries will be restored fully, and you can make demand of your governments. This can only happen through referendum. If you allow the election to continue and to go ahead, or you don't shut it down in this year, 2022, against next year, you are extending your slave chains. The Deputy Prime Minister also spoke over this matter.
Savers know that an untouched napkin doesn't need to go to waste, and that the same rule applies to chicken fingers. Savers also know they can find low prices every day, like Ocean Spray Cranberry Cocktails, 2 for $7. Save on, Savers.
As part of invoking the Emergencies Act, we are announcing the following immediate actions. First, we are broadening the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so that they cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use. These changes cover all forms of transactions, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. The illegal blockades have highlighted the fact that crowdfunding platforms and some of the payment service providers they use are not fully captured under the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act. Our banks and financial institutions are already obligated to report to the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, or FINTRAC. As of today, all crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use must register with FINTRAC, and they must report large and suspicious transactions to FINTRAC. This will help mitigate the risk that these platforms receive illicit funds, increase the quality and quantity of intelligence received by FINTRAC, and make more information available to support investigations by law enforcement into these illegal blockades.
Again, you can experience standard leadership, treatment of people, management of emergency situations or crisis. It will happen to you in your own lifetime, that you have a role to play. Part of the role, you as a citizen, as an indigenous person hearing me or hearing the message of Ninas, what you can do is to make sure you and your community members communicate your desire to make sure that you don't want to see any further election, federal election, in your community, in your kindred, in your family, in your town, in your local government. If you can do this, you are helping to free yourself so that you can demand what the type of treatment people in other countries are getting when they go on protest against their government. Because there is protest all over the world, but the way the people are treated is dependent on the freedom that they have and the enforcement, the defense of that freedom. Even when you are breaking the law still must protect you. Here's the history of Nigeria, British Incorporated, Part 2, by Dr. Sonny Obi Madoka, DSM. Atlantic posting.
Terrorist group in the world by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, the same terrorists Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of NINAS. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too. Whatever China's intentions with Nigeria, now that they are contemplating sending military to Nigeria to help protect Chinese in Nigeria, because Nigeria is going through series of insurgencies, including those that are being sponsored by the current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. It is incumbent, it is important upon all of us, especially those from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations, to press harder for referendum, because we need deliverance by all means, not just from the current Fulani-minded Nigerian rulers, but from predators like China. China is part of the problem that we're having now with regards to Nigeria. Whatever their intentions are, it is not for the good of our people. The New South should regard China as an enemy state. What they are doing is a decoy to do more harm to our people for the long term. That's what China is coming for. We should all go for referendum, press hard for referendum. We need referendum to set our people free. We need referendum to secure our space. We need referendum to stop the loan sharks from loaning to current terrorists minding Nigeria. We need referendum to protect our people and life and properties. We need referendum to secure the borders of our emerging nations. We need referendum to protect our people, to restore rule of law in our country. We need referendum to establish a country that has human rights to protect our people. We need a referendum for a country that our people can live in and be proud of mentioning to other people in other parts of the world. We need referendum to restore the dignity of citizenship and right to the land, ancestral people. That's not cheap. We need referendum to get to that and to give our people what they actually deserve, which is dignity and honor and respect. That's what NINAS is all about. That's what Lower Niger Congress is all about. That's what is at the crux of the matter. Here is a quick reminder to everyone in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, everyone related to the country. The powers to make a new constitution, are in the hands of the indigenous peoples. It has nothing to do with National Assembly or any part elected or government appointed or imposed persons. Constitution making has two stages. The first stage, number one, is referendum or vote by the various regions to agree to be in the same union country with indigenous peoples from other regions. This referendum is explicitly the business of each region and again has nothing to do with so-called National Assembly or federal government. Stage two, number two, if the referendum vote is in favor of federation to form a country, different regions now, to form a country, then the indigenous peoples will elect among themselves those who will represent them to craft the constitution in conjunction with representatives from indigenous peoples from other regions. That's how countries are brought together, like different countries, different regions, different provinces, different states come together to form their own country, to form a larger union, that becomes country. Otherwise, those individual regions, they are nations on their own without the union. If the referendum vote is in favor to federate, to form a country, then the indigenous peoples will select among themselves those who will represent them to craft the constitution in conjunction with representatives from the indigenous peoples from other regions. The crafted constitution will be subjected to national referendum before it is adopted as a binding document. Again, this process has nothing to do with National Assembly or government appointees. This is how other countries that are doing well today are. This is how they came to be. Nigeria is operating a fraudulent document called 1999 Constitution. To obtain a properly made constitution, the two stages described above must be followed, and a transitioning body is required to oversee these two stages. The transitioning body will be selected by the indigenous peoples themselves, and not by any National Assembly or any government, state or federal. No. It is the people. It starts from the local. Just as they say all crimes are local, the power to control any space is local. It is the people. This is the message of NINAS, and we believe it is achievable through the alliance of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Everyone is therefore encouraged to join NINAS through your regional platforms, blocks, example, Lower Niger Territory, represented by the Lower Niger Congress, Middle Belt Forum, representing the Middle Belt, and the Lanomo Odua, representing the Southwest. If, as it will surely happen, the blocks vote not to be part of any union called Nigeria, then the indigenous peoples within that block can choose any name they want to bear. But it must be a name which is agreed by all and not because a particular section wants that name or that they feel the name has been existing for 1 million years, and whether the other constituents like it or not, they must bear that name. No, it doesn't happen that way. Referendum is an inclusive exercise. The people have to make up their mind where they want to be, what name they want to bear. It's not imposed, never. Personally, I don't have any problem with the name Biafra, but it must be acceptable to all and not forced on any ethnic nationality. Secondly, each ethnic nationality must willingly agree and get their representatives to sign to be part of that footprint called Biafra. The map of footprint of Biafra should be by agreement and willingness of any ethnic nationality that wants to be part of it. Imposition of Biafra or by any other name, by any other group, should be by agreement and consent, willingness of any ethnic nationality that wants to be part of that nation. No imposition will work. It's just like Nigeria. Nigeria cannot be imposed upon the people. And so also no other thing can be imposed after we get out of Nigeria or as we are trying to get out of Nigeria. So it's still power to the people. And that is what NINAS is all about.
No society wants you to become wise. It is against the investment of all societies. If people are wise, they cannot be exploited. If they are intelligent, they cannot be subjugated. They cannot be forced in a mechanical life to live like robots. They will assert their individuality. They will have the fragrance of rebellion around them. They would like to live in freedom. freedom comes with wisdom, and no society wants people to be free. The communist society, the fascist society, the capitalist society, the Hindu, the Mohammedan, the Christian, no society would like people to use their own intelligence. Because the moment they start using their intelligence, they become dangerous. Dangerous to the establishment, dangerous to the people who are in power, dangerous to the haves, dangerous to all kinds of oppression, exploitation, suppression, dangerous to the churches, dangerous to the states. In fact, a wise man is a fire, alive, a flame. He would like rather to die than to be an slave.
And that is why Ninas must succeed, because it is the new gospel unto our people. To be free, to organize ourselves, pointing us toward the direction of freedom, is the new gospel. To all people of Southeast, South, otherwise known as Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt, and Southwest, or Oduduwa Nation. The call to get organized is for your freedom, for your empowerment. That's what it's all about. Nina's got it covered. Check it out at www.ninasvoice.org. ninasvoice.org. This has been the Voice of Liberty, Radio, Lower Niger Territory. The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of death as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President will attest to it, I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot have been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Are you in PDP? Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe, some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe, some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to the point that China had to come, they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There is no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the war without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nation. Today, we are facing serious problem. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I feel like shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harassed you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I've done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. Than for us to hear people are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must learn to education. And so me, Mr. President.
We're still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that says is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government and all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that. They will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to, the other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
While the government of Nigeria is doing everything to destroy the country, to humiliate especially the Igbo people within the country, another group, the IPOB, has become essentially partner with the government in making sure that the lives of our people are messed up. That's why you have sit-at-home orders that are being enforced by criminals who were released from prison illegally. And they are roaming the streets, shooting and killing people, going about their normal businesses, disturbing lives, making sure that our people have no peace, that our people have no plan. In fact, next week they are planning on having people shut in from Monday through Thursday. Those days, Nnamdi Kanu will be appearing in the court for scheduled hearing. Now you wonder, is this group working for the good of Igbo people or for the destruction of the Igbo nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Because we've allowed failed state leaders to call the shots in our country. Everything has been destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Poverty, insecurity, among other challenges, is what our people are beset with these days. And yet they consider themselves messengers and deliverers of our people. Noam Chomsky had this to say: education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Isn't it amazing that some members of IPOB actually find grounds to justify the nonsense they are doing? Sometimes they go into denial mode, but we know what's going on. We can't be fooled. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. It's obvious and jumps right out at you that Muhammadu Buhari successfully has implemented his Fulanization and jihadi plan without hindrance from any quarters in Nigeria. And to this end, Marvelous Marvels Nato had this to say: Buhari is aware. He is deliberate about his goals and objectives. When you make excuses for Muhammadu Buhari on the premise that he has been unaware of everything happening under his government, then you are very ignorant. I must add that some people have actually stated that Muhammadu Buhari is suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, both of them, dementia and Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, we have people who are calling the shots using his name, and they are running the country aground, doing all sorts of criminal activities in the name of government. Ruga was a long-term strategy of Buhari, and the only way to implement it was to murder indigenous people by importing and arming his Fulani kinsmen beyond Nigeria to come and dispossess people of their lands, and they are succeeding daily. As I write this, the Fulani herdsmen have occupied large swaths of land in the Middle Belt and some parts of the South under military and police protection, and those lands have become theirs permanently, except the inevitable happens or the people pick up arms against them. Secondly, Muhammad Buhari's plan was to build northern economy to the neglect of others. He started by closing the southern borders to revitalize the moribund Trans-Sahara trade route in the north for his kinsmen, while the patronizers of Nigeria-Benin trade routes groan and mourn under severe hardship. The railway construction from Katsina to Niger Republic was in furtherance of his economic and trade terrorism against Nigerians, especially southern and middle belt Nigerians. A project that adds little economic value to 95% of Nigerians, but aimed at enriching his Fulani kinsmen in the Niger and beyond. Note that the people he used in implementing these projects are mainly Southerners. People like Rotimi Amaechi, the Minister of Transport. The same people who insult, malign, and ridicule every step taken by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to expand the economy for all Nigerians, but now support the pursuit of parochial interest for current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Thirdly, he succeeded in transforming himself into a despotic leader by exploiting the selfishness, wickedness, and insensitivity of Southern Judas goat politicians who are ever ready to throw their people under the bus for their political career. The implication is that the major political players dare to declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Just like Dave Umahi did on Monday, Bola Ahmed did on Friday. Like they are taking turns to go and present themselves before the emperor. They are looking to become the next president of a country that is moribund, a country that needs nothing other than constitutional reordering, like regional, multi-regional constitutional vote that will have to happen in this country if peace were to reign in the land. These guys have no idea what is happening. Yeah, they dare not declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Buhari is the Lord who will determine who to run or who not to run. Finally, he managed to fool you into thinking that he wasn't aware of all the extrajudicial murder going on in Nigeria by the official Fulani security, that is the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all other security arms that are engaging in extrajudicial killings. Buhari is not ignorant. He is a deliberate murderer, a strategic wicked fellow. How can you claim that this man is unaware when he has deliberately and strategically taken everything for his kinsmen and turned you into a slave? Buhari appointed all the major security heads to be Fulani for them to rule this country, to run this country aground, to render the entire citizens slaves right in our ancestral lands. Don't make excuses for Muhammad Buhari through your ignorance. And again, I repeat, education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews or that Nigeria killed more than 3 million Biafrans during the Civil War. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans and Nigerians were convinced that it was required to do so. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself in 2022. Now, what's the solution? The solution is embracing the gospel of NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the message that gives hope, the message that restores vision to the blind people of the southern and middle belt Nigerians, to seek, to press, to demand for a binding multi-regional referendum that will lead to breaking of chains, the breaking of the bondage upon which our people are presently held. Thanks for listening. This has been the Voice of Liberty, the Lower Niger Territory Radio. God bless you.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Don't punish the people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Doggett. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there.
John Okafor, Ibu.
If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive,
people are engaged on talking about who will be the next president of Nigeria, a country that is already gone beyond recovery. I mean, what is Tinubu trying to do? Or who else? All those people that are pushing or angling toward election, like they don't see the signs, they don't see the handwriting on the wall, they don't see that Nigeria is completely gone. Our people are pathetic. Like they are ready to do whatever because they don't care. They have no regard for the people.
Sabi. Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022. Hey.
That's it. It's not over yet. Here is a prayer by the elders of Mbieri. where some criminals went to kidnap their Eze. I'm not sure if he's the one they killed and displayed in the marketplace or another one, but this is another prayer that is in line with the one we just had now. The number of people needs to be completely dealt with, and let these prayers come through upon them. Following the kidnap of Eze Madumere, the Eze of Mbieri, the Eze of Mbieri gathered at the Oriemberi to make incantations and prayers for the release of their fellow Igwe. The prayer itself is against all criminal activities by different groups and state actors across our land. May this prayer come true upon them. Amen.
Chaji biri amba geri. Ha! Umbiera nya gbakọna dachi achi dede du edu. Ankwa chana n'igu. Umbiera nya gbakọ. Ihe emere anyị. O mere n'eke. O mere n'orie. O mere n'afọ ma ọ na nkwọ. Anyị si taa mberi bilie 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 mberi ụmụ gị anya ebe n'akwa ndị agbụrụ izu jee jiri nwa gị otu onye ọchịchị enyi kee asị m ala mberi ekwerere ha chi ọ nwoke ọ nwe ọ nwata ọ oki ndị ahụ bụ izu jee jiri nwa mberi jee oki emekwere nga hụ.
May there be no elders among them, among the killers.
Anya kpọkọ ndị ichie n'ala mberi anya ebe n'akwa zanụnye taa zanụnye echi mpụta anyị pụtara taa o gosiri ịhụnanya nọ ha n'anyị anyị gaba n'ihu ụmụ mbiri ma lee ka amụghị na-ahụnye aka anya bịa kpọrọ nwa gị anyị si taa ndị ichie ekwedo obi ọjọọ nyenụnye obi ndụ ọganihu unyi ya gachie n'enyi ma ndị bịara enye aka n'inya n'emi rie enyi n'anya rie enyi n'ọnụ chai ga-eme gịnị ele na-ehụnyarịrị Chineke ebido igwe ele ebe ndụ anya kpọkuo gị bịazanye okwu taa echi hụha ya ozugbo na ha aga aha ya ekwurịra ha choo anyị atụpụ ọjị eke.
Here is testimony of a woman in the north that was kidnapped by the Islamic terrorists who are targeting Christians across Nigeria, including Muslims as well. But their main target is are the Christians because they are targeting across Benue State, Christian groups, communities in the north, in the east, in the southwest, all over southern Nigeria. These terrorists are going across state lines, doing all sorts of criminal activities. Here is one of the women that recently got released and what she had to say.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawm al-qiyama. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Say Enrique and Hayo Hargobe. I can horrors in the Nagani. I can horrors in the Nagani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me.
What a sad situation.
No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped by terrorists. I was raped. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain.
The Islamic terrorists are raping women, raping young people, everybody. And Muhammadu Buhari is struggling to call them terrorists. He's struggling to tag them terrorists. That's the government Nigeria have today. Terrorists are running Nigeria essentially. Terrorists are running Nigeria. This woman is almost hurting herself. She's been raped multiple times. Nigeria. Nigeria has mortgaged her future. And NINAS presents a golden opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out through referendums, multi-regional referendums, in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Nation. That will save the day.
Addressed the press on the overall aim of the solemn assembly.
The map of Lower Niger, as can be found on their website, lowernigercongress.org, of 1885, showing how the peoples of the Lower Niger, the ethnic nationalities of the 11 states, to which Nigeria has fractured them, that map to be adopted as the geography of the territory we are discussing.
the Ijaw, the Shekiri, the Urobo, the Igbo, all of the ethnics in those 11 states, have adopted that map of 1885 as the formations in which they will relate henceforth. The second decision is that they have mandated a referendum. The Solemn Assembly has mandated a referendum of the people in which people, just like the Scottish referendum that happened recently, will be deciding whether they want to continue in this union of attrition that Nigeria has proved to be. There's also the mandate for wider consultations with the people ahead of that referendum by way of town halls and consultation with international stakeholders. The Assembly also decided that an asset protection and guarantee scheme be put in place immediately to take an inventory of the assets of the peoples of Lower Niger situated outside the Lower Niger, so as to avoid the experiences of 1970 in which they fled for their lives at the time genocide was being levied against them from other parts of the country. And in 1973, 3 years after they were dislocated from their places of abode, the government of Nigeria, by decree, seized their assets, called it abandoned properties, and never returned to them. And today we are seeing a repetition of the threat by the same people who seized those assets, against them. Finally, the Assembly also decided that a standing committee, an all-purpose standing committee, be put in place to discuss with those who might not have come here on a continuing basis, both local and international. I think we also decided that people from the Lower Niger who, for some, either by appointment or election, will be required to come to form government or do government business in Abuja on behalf of the peoples of Lower Niger from any part. The Assembly mandated a recall for consultation. They must come home and discuss with the rest of the people. Otherwise, they will be there entirely on their own. It doesn't matter that some people are rejoicing that the elections are being held and, winners emerging. Whether by appointment or by election, if you are of the Lower Niger and you are in Abuja to be part of the governance of that territory with the rest of Nigeria, we are requesting that you come home for consultation before you continue in that transaction.
Banners and placards by the ethnic delegations were unfolded, demanding an immediate referendum to determine their political future. The closing remarks and vote of thanks on behalf of the conveners was taken by veteran Niger Delta self-determination activist and head of the Ijaw National Delegation to the Assembly, Elder T.K. Ogoriba.
This will be the last and final part of the 3 servants of the Solemn Assembly recording. Ibibio, Ijaw, all the nationalities were represented at the Solemn Assembly. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Leahy Statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map. It means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Bolaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Lehi Law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akinyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the U.S. and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part. But there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interest, public interest organizations. They won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akiyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained. He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools as well as students in Muslim schools are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there is not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, "Recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers and you've got to deconstruct what you are talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying." However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire, while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant. With the work NINAS is doing, the old issue of trust and suspension among the ethnic nationalities has been reduced to the barest minimum, as every indigenous ethnic nationality has been empowered to obtain her sovereignty and run as fast as possible to establish their people's self-determination. Things have changed and are changing. It's new dispensation. It's a new era. As we organize our people according to the UN standard of operation, once an information comes out, please let's think of how we can benefit from it as a people. Once your people are okay in their ancestral land, collectively we will be okay and empowered to drive out all aggressors. The indigenous peoples have the common core value of all men being born equal and have right to life. The aggressors do not. So please let this be the focus and let's fight this bloodless war together and fast too. Thanks. Check out NINAS on Facebook, on YouTube, on the internet, www.ninasvoice.org. The challenges and fraud within the Nigerian
There's a
Constitution.
document labeled Constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the test to be called constitution, because constitution is simply the union agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960.
The collapse of the union
document
agreement
labeled constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the test to be called constitution, because constitution is simply the union agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960 at independence on account of some agreements that were reached between the constituent components to become one political union. And those agreements that were spelled out in Lancaster House in 1959 eventually were products of the discussions that happened all through 51, 52, 53, when something extraordinary compelled a choice to be made on the kind of union, on the kind of partnership the otherwise independent regions that the British had governed separately will be entering at the point the British will leave. And the crux of that agreement, of that union agreement, was that there would be a federation of autonomous regions. The Western region, we remember, had their own constitution as far back as 1957, while those discussions were already going on, because what I said about 1953-54 was when the push for independence had come to the point where one of the ringleaders, Enohoro, moved the motion for independence on the floor of the parliament. The northern delegation of the time opposed that motion, saying that the northern region of the time wasn't ready to go to independence at that point. What was their reason? Ahmadu Bello spelled out their reason. He said that they would require a certain level of autonomy in terms of control of their assets and their governance structures as condition for going into any kind of union with these other regions. That's the western and eastern region of the time. Now, Ahmadu Bello, on behalf of that northern delegation, listed 8 demands that will define the level of autonomy they will have in order to become a part of the Federation of Nigeria. It took all the way from that 1953, because the meetings then began in 1954, for how that federation, that coming together on the basis of regional autonomy as defined by those 8 points. It was those 8 points that eventually, shaped the kind of the depth of the level of autonomy, what the regions will be able to do, and what they will allow the Union Office to do. They now finalized in 1959 at Lancaster House. That autonomy that we're talking about began with the regions having their own constitutions, like countries who have. Germany will have its own constitution before going to the meeting of European Union formation. So the Western region got their own constitution in place in there's internal self-governance. The British allowed them to now begin to manage their own affairs in 1957. Shortly after, the Eastern region completed its own process. They were granted internal self-governance. But 1959 was when the North finally got their acts together and had their own constitution, and therefore their own internal self-governance. These 3 units then went to Lancaster House to finalize the terms by which they would become one country at independence upon the departure of the British. That was what delayed our independence from the time the motion was moved in 1953. And therefore, that level of autonomy in which the assets of the regions belonged to the regions, and they only contributed to the upkeep of the center for the limited, responsibilities they delegated to to the center. The center was their union office. It was their own creation. The constitutions of the regions came first. The one that became the federal constitution was a matter of the regions donating powers. It was the powers they decided to delegate to the center at Lancaster in 1959 that became the contents of the federal constitution. And the money by which the center will function was to be contributed to them. 15% of their income was what they dedicated to, so you got your money, your assets were yours. You worked it to how it can produce more resources for you to be able to attend to your healthcare and your education and your roads, infrastructure, electricity, everything. We saw what Awolowo did in the West, scoring a lot of firsts. We saw what M.I. Opara did in the East, putting Eastern Nigeria as the leading the leading economy, the fastest growing economy in the developing world at the time. Everybody built their own infrastructure. The Ojiri power plants that have been shut down now for over 30 years was built by the government of Eastern region of the time, powered by coal, and powering all of the industrial designs of Eastern region of the time, including Port Harcourt. Oil and gas came later. The North also, they went into their own, they did agriculture, they did hides and skin. You heard about granite pyramids. When Western region built a university in Ibadan, the East built, the East built its own UNN, and then the North struggled and built Ahmadu Bello University. That was the kind of healthy competition that was going on at the time. Everybody trying to outdo the other, but it translated to only one thing: development for the people. And you prioritize what you wanted. And so, if you prioritize wrongly, the outcome is here for everybody to see. And so, that was the kind of thing that got them, moving fast and well, until the accident of 1966, when the coups, when the military struck, and then those constitutions were taken down, and that was the end of that federation they agreed upon. Every other thing had been in position since that time to date, and therefore we don't have, the union agreement is what is in distress, what has gone bad. If we don't fix it, I tell you, the union is at an end.
End 1999 Constitution. Political parties close shop now.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks: the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation. AQIM, meaning Al-Qaeda in the Islamic West. This group had one aim: overthrow the Algerian government and set up an Islamic State. And to achieve this aim, the AQIM began collaborating and funding a smaller militant group in neighboring Nigeria, a group which now beats the Islamic State in being the most lethal terror outfit perhaps in the world, the Boko Haram. It literally means Western education is a sin. This group emerged in the year 2002 but gained prominence in 2009 after it turned violent. The AQIM provided the Boko Haram with weapons. The Boko Haram had different motive. It wanted Nigerians to reject Western education, science and modern literature. To enforce its will, it started razing villages and slaughtering people, kidnapping children. It then used these abducted children to carry out suicide attacks. In 2013, this group kidnapped 276 schoolgirls. In 2020, it kidnapped close to 300 schoolboys, and last week it kidnapped nearly 317 schoolgirls again. It's an endless cycle of kidnappings and an endless cycle of violence. Since May 2011, the Boko Haram has killed 37,500 people and displaced 2.6 million people. It has turned 244,000 Nigerians into refugees. And in the same period, the Boko Haram has also inspired several fundamentalists to form their own terror outfits. I could name a few: the Ansarul Islam, Ansaru, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, and Nusrat al-Islam. In the last 6 years, these groups have increasingly synchronized their operations and carried out multiple terror attacks across Africa. You may not have heard of them, but you must have come across these headlines, the ones that they made. The 2015 Chad suicide bombings carried out by 2 women and 2 children. The 2016 Ouagadougou attacks, where 2 former Swiss MPs were killed. The 2016 Grand Basin shootings, where 19 people, mostly expats, were killed. And the 2018 Ouagadougou attacks, where the French embassy was attacked. And this is besides the many more raids and crimes that these terror groups commit on a daily basis. So what's driving them? Is it just ideology and religious belief? Well, yes and no. The problem is religious as much as it's financial. You see, poverty, corruption and underemployment are also to blame here. This is where the Boko Haram operates. The Lake Chad region, one of the poorest regions in the world. It is part of the Chad Basin, an area of severe environmental degradation. This is part of the Sahel, a region with no stable governance. This narrow band of land that stretches from the Atlantic Ocean in the west to the Red Sea in the east, this is the Sahel. It's hot, dry and vast. It's also the world's most neglected region. The average temperature here is 35 degrees. This has a dramatic effect on food production. There's nothing to grow, there's nothing to sell. Food emergencies are rampant. Poverty is widespread. The conditions make it an ideal breeding ground for terror groups. These people have proven to be vulnerable to radicalization. The likes of Boko Haram and the AQIM exploit their vulnerability. With the absence of proper governance or stable jobs, they lure young men into picking up arms, joining their ranks and making a quick buck. So how do they do it? How do they make money? Through ransom, extortion, looting banks, imposing taxes and kidnapping. According to one report, 26% of the global kidnapping cases in 2013 were in Nigeria and were carried out by the Boko Haram. The same report says that in 2011, the AQIM in Mali received $5.4 million per hostage on an average. And let's not even talk about high-profile kidnappings. According to Vicky Huddleston, the former US ambassador to Mali, France had to pay $17 million in ransom. This was for the release of 4 French citizens in 2010, $17 million US. A lot of us would turn in our retirement papers for that sort of money. So the terror groups were raking in the cash. Then came the pandemic. 2020 was a blessing in disguise for them. The Wuhan virus confined most of us to our homes, but for terrorists in West Africa, it provided an opportunity to consolidate and expand. The Boko Haram, in collusion with other terror groups, now controls large swathes of land in Nigeria, and it's extending its reach in Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, even sub-Saharan Africa. What is the world doing about it?
Not very much. France, which once had colonies in West Africa, is the only country that is extensively engaged in combating terror in this region. It has deployed close to 5,100 military personnel and is helping local forces in pushing back terrorists. But the rest of the world is doing very little. Why? Because most world leaders are making self-interested calculations when it comes to West Africa. They consider it to be a supposedly distant threat, one that has no bearing on the future security of the rest of the world. So they're busy carrying out airstrikes in Syria. What I'm about to say next could be politically incorrect, but it's time someone said it. Africa may not have the same strategic significance as West Asia right now. It may not have the kind of oil that West Asia has, but it is the continent of the future. It still contributes almost 10% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, and 35% of the world's uranium. Africa is critical to world economy and security, and terrorists in West Africa are setting up new fronts in failed states while the world is looking the other way. They're expanding in all directions, posing a serious threat to the economic powerhouses in Africa. They could soon control or destroy these resources and hold Africa's economy hostage, the reverberations of which will be felt around the world. And we are putting money as the thrust of this argument because human rights violations have long failed to move the world. So if it all comes down to money, the world should still be worried about what's happening in Africa.
Even the French involvement is also suspicious because they could be supplying weapons to both sides. They could be supplying weapons to both sides. You never know. They did it during the genocidal war of Nigeria and against the Biafrans in 1967, 1970. They were supplying weapons to both sides to keep the fire burning. Over 2.6 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes, 37,500 gruesomely massacred in cold blood, 244,000 turned into refugees within a short period of time. This is reported by Gravitas. While our so-called elder statesmen gallivant all over town in the name of global peace talk. Wanting more and a better life for the indigenous peoples trapped within Nigeria enclave does not equate to dismemberment. Rather, we seek to lift ourselves as a people to become better nations, manage our resources better, while lending a helping hand to other surrounding nations who are willing to move forward and live a life that is commensurate to what is found in our other civilized parts of the world. Ahead of the enforcement phase of the sovereign will of the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, NINAS, join the Daughters of Truth talk show, an American-based Saturday talk show, as we continue to push forward the conversation that ought to have been taking place more than 100 years ago. Highlights of this show would be: how did we become so insecure? 2, how did we become neck deep in debt to the extent that our indebtedness is now 33.1 trillion naira or dollars? I don't even know. Now is the time for us to set our children on the path of true prosperity, give them sustainable development and a meaningful life. We want to join countries like Singapore to build a civil society, not a military one where citizens are butchered at the whims, fancies and caprices of one or two bloodthirsty demons who have the rule over our people. Those who think otherwise should please relocate elsewhere, for this is our land. Amen. It's on Saturday, December 18th, 2021. Time is 9:30 Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, which is Trinidad and Tobago, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join Daughters of Truth talk show through the link or the website on Facebook. Just Google Daughters of Truth, you'll find it. And it's also going to be on Lower Niger Radio and Impact Africa television network. November 25th, 1969, like 52 years ago, English singer, songwriter, musician, and peace activist John Winston Lennon protested against Britain's military involvement in foreign conflicts, especially in Nigeria, by returning his Member of the British Empire MBE medal with an attached letter to the Queen Elizabeth II, the current Queen of England. It reads, "Your Majesty, I am returning this MBE in protest, this Member of British Empire, in protest against Britain's involvement in Nigeria-Biafra civil war, against our support of America in Vietnam, and against cold Turkey slipping down the charts. With love, John Lennon." This is how John Lennon protested against British genocide in Biafra over the oil and gas that is in the Delta. That's all the British interest is all about in Nigeria. It's about the oil and gas. And that's why, in fact, they don't even mind the entire population getting wiped out, the Africa population, just for them to get to the animals in the wild and the oil and gas in the field. That's the whole thing that led to the genocide. And today, 52 years later, we are still on it. The demand now is for referendum to take place. And the enemy is doing everything to strengthen the hand of their slave agents, those advancing their slavery in Nigeria, those still sustaining the British Empire in Nigeria. The British are the one waging proxy war against Nigerians, against the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. That's why they are empowering the North, the Ariwa, and they are continuing in their criminality in Nigeria. The Constitution is obsolete and represents incomplete decolonization. By Ndidi Uwechwe. Independence from colonial masters was meant to be freedom for Africa. However, some 60 years later, freedom has continued to elude many African countries. That is because independence in itself is not freedom, except when it is accompanied by self-determination for indigenous ethnic nationalities on their ancestral lands. Looking back at events in the 1950s, it becomes clear that corruption, injustice, and mischief were going to guide the new nation called Nigeria. Let us first consider a key index that was manipulated, that is, population figures, which determined representation in the parliament, distribution of resources, and distribution of federal civil servants, etc. Harold Smith, a British former colonial civil servant working for the Department of Labour before he died, confirmed that the figures of the census in 1952 had been inflated to favor the North, to make it seem that region had more than half of the total population. Armed with this swindle, Bello, the premier of the northern region, must have felt very confident when, just 12 days after independence in 1960, he boasted his vision and caliphate agenda for Nigeria, to be an estate of his ethnic nation, the Fulani, immigrant settlers in Nigeria, and declared, the South would be conquered territory and its people never able to control their future. Thus it was, with this caliphate agenda as guide, that when preliminary results of the post-independence 1962 census showed that the South had a higher population than the North, final results were never released, and so a new census was held in 1963, with mind-boggling figures that now made the North the most populous region in all of Africa, and therefore with a higher population than the South. Apart from untrustworthy population figures attributed to the North, the union called Nigeria was also shaky under its three regions because the three main ethnic nations were dominating the others. The Middle Belt had been lumped with the Arewa bloc into what was referred to as the Northern region. Joseph Tucker, a Christian and leader in the Middle Belt, had preferred there be a separate Middle Belt region because of the possibility of Arewa taking up Sharia. At the Willings Commission of 1958 in London, it was only with reluctance that the Middle Belt agreed to be part of the Northern region, having secured an agreement that Nigeria would always be a secular state. To date, too, the ethnic nationalities of the Middle Belt have felt dominated by the Hausa Fulani, and from at least 2017 began to say that they are not North Central but Middle Belt. In the Eastern region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt they were being dominated by the more populous Igbo. Similarly, in the Western region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt that they were being dominated by the more populous Yoruba. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated with the creation of the Midwestern region. What is important to note and retain is that, number one, at independence there were already cracks in the union because one party referred to as the Caliphate wanted Nigeria to be an estate of the Fulani and had an agenda that the indigenous peoples would not be able to control their lives. That means that the indigenous peoples would be denied their inalienable right to self-determination. 2. Even though there were three, then later four. Even though there were three, then later four regions with self-determination, the more populous ethnic nations within them, that is the Yoruba, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Igbo, were dominating in their regions. They basically took over the sovereignties of the other ethnic nations. That means there was incomplete decolonization of Nigeria. This is where and why the liberation process of the NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement, is important and includes processes for complete and full decolonization for every indigenous ethnic nationalities in the NINAS territory. What is now well known thanks to the Enlightenment work of the NINAS movement is that the illegitimate 1999 constitution foisted on Nigerians hijacks the self-determination of ethnic nations. Arewa bloc from the year 2000 unilaterally took up Sharia as a function of their own expression of self-determination, and that has been interpreted by the NINAS movement as Arewa having seceded from the Union. Since Nigeria is meant to be a secular country, now the rest of the country are regaining their own right to self-determination by NINAS movement's proclamation of constitutional force majeure on the 16th of December 2020. That started the process to decommission that illegitimate 1999 constitution. The NINAS movement uses a non-violent, orderly process that follows a similar path to what South Africa used to terminate their own apartheid constitutional order. It involves suspending general elections of 2023 to go into a time-bound transitional government. All government structures would remain in place, with regional referendums for self-determination conducted by ethnic nationalities. With the NINAS movement strategy, there will be negotiations where no indigenous ethnic nation will be left out. Each will be able to choose whether they want to be in the Union of Nigeria or not, plus whether they prefer to form a different union with culturally compatible ethnic nations, and if so, how. Every ethnic nation must now be at the discussion table, making discussions and being part of decisions. To repeat, for clarity, as it is important to retain and act upon this information, when the British left, decolonization was incomplete. The Caliphate took over their position as overall colonizer. In addition, within the regions, the smaller ethnic nations were dominated by their more populous ones, and their self-determination was being engulfed by them. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement is bringing about complete decolonization. Each indigenous ethnic nation in the NINA's territory, no matter its size, is equal to any other. There is no minority as classified by Bello. Each ethnic nation will be involved in the discussion about their future. Each ethnic nation will decide for itself, and each ethnic nation will have full self-determination to go in the formation of their choice. This is the liberation process of the NINA's movement for self-determination. For more information, check www.ninasvoice.org. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament is in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria? Should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the three questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their assets and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who have stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP. People who are calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country. If you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human resources, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could give a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Laya Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to the United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the Chief of Staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Kwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Kwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Club on Clubhouse is pleased to be involved in promoting justice and in being part of bringing about true with the people democracy in the Nigerian space. So we are hosting the Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings over 2 weeks and starting at 7:30 p.m. Nigeria time on Friday, 3rd December 2021. The topic is 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution, how we got there and how we can fix it. Session 1. We the People fraud. Number 2, Federation fraud. 3, Fighting corruption masquerade fraud. 4, Socially responsible state masquerade fraud. Chinwenzu. Please check the Atlantic Post Facebook page for more information and on when the next session will take place, plus the direct link to our Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse. Virtual town hall meetings by Atlantic Post on Clubhouse. If you are fed up with Nigeria, this virtual Clubhouse meeting is for you. If you are fed up with the lack of electricity, you are fed up with police brutality, as in NSAS, you are frightened of insecurity, you are frightened for your future, etc. Atlantic Post Club on
Clubhouse is pleased to announce that we are hosting NINAS Movement's virtual town hall meetings for 2 weeks period, and the topics as listed earlier is the 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution. Atlantic Post is an online newspaper whose mission is to be at the forefront of bringing about the positive transformation of the African continent. That involves being sensitive and responsive to what happens in the Nigerian space. Our desire is for a safe and well-functioning society. Thus, our main purpose is to report not just accurate news, but also to bring the public's knowledge, interventions, and events that will improve society. So come and be empowered with knowledge about the 1999 Constitution and how you can be a change agent to end those things that make you fed up and frightened with Nigeria by joining us for this NINAS Movement's virtual town hall meetings. Links to the meeting can be found at www.clubhouse.com/club/Atlantic-post-club. For more information, please visit the Facebook page, facebook.com/Atlantic-posting. Thank you. Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced, and that not just southeast, but in the south, southwest, and middle belt, they are continuing on genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will see to Nigeria's end, and we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa land, and middle belt, to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries, where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it, or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for, instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sylvain has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, we have our resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians speaking.
Once this fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
no one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading on Nigeria's fuel.
Anything.
That's what happens to a third country.
Fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
The Ninas movement petition is back on. Direct link to the petition is found at www.ninasvoice.org/petition. The petition can now be found on the official Ninas movement website at www.ninasvoice.org under the petition for referendum tab. As before, you can sign this petition with either your email or your Nigeria phone number. That is very useful in a place like Nigeria where many do not have an email address. It also means that if you have a smartphone, you can use it to access the petition. Then input the phone number of your extended family and good friends in the village after you have explained to them what the Ninas movement is about and they have given their consent or permission. Do also copy the link to the petition to share via your social media networks like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, every platform out there, Twitter, whatever. It is to inform the world that we are ready, we are determined, we are focused in gaining our freedom from bondage in Nigeria. Thank you as you join the movement.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better work, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders where they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninassfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdulsalami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with a ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against a secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Prayer for our liberation. Most loving and everlasting God Almighty, turn your ear to our prayer. You are the only truth we know, and you are our friend, our only Savior, our helper, and our freedom giver. We gather again in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. Give answer to our prayers when we call upon you. Listen to what we say, because you said, I will do to you what I heard you say. Turn your ear to our prayers, O Lord. We have completely lost our trust in the contraption called Nigeria and in all her political actors. We have been seen as the poverty capital of the world, and our lands have turned into river of blood. All our political rulers and authorities have completely failed all of us. But our trust is only in you. We want to be free from all causes, generational pattern of failure, because we are created by you for a life of peace and freedom, from all demonic slavery, freedom from powers and forces of darkness, freedom from enslavement, freedom from economic and political domination. Right now, Lord, we, your children of the southern and middle belt of Nigeria, are being crushed underfoot through the decay and total failure of our political actors and the Nigerian system itself. There is too much hunger, anger, impoverishment, unemployment, frustrations, killings, insecurity, rise in criminality, cultism, nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, ritualism, search for good life in cruel and inhuman manner, dehumanization, lack of rule of law, and so many inhuman activities. All these ills and decay are being traced to an illegal, illegitimate, imposed, fraudulent document called the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, which we didn't consent to as a people. We thank you immensely for the great gift of freedom you have given to us in NINAS, which has become a vehicle that will drive us towards a referendum. We stand with you, the truth, and we don't let ourselves be burdened again by any yoke of slavery or be weighed down by those who knowingly and willingly commit a coup against all of us, your peoples, in the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, because you want us to live abundant life. Cleanse us and cleanse our respective ancestral lands. Guide and guard us to begin anew, for we know that our cries for total freedom from oppression and brutality have reached you. Most Holy Father, grant us peace, unity of purpose, and the tenacity to bond together in love against all our adversaries. May your love and blessings reign in us now and always, in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
Listening as an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to correct, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria? Yeah. For a stronger Nigeria. Say Nigerian Christian, not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you from? I'm not. You're not in Nigeria? So how then you're not in Nigerian and you're protesting for Nigeria?
Well, anybody's black, you know what I'm saying? I protest for them.
Well, you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening. No. So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that?
I don't know.
So why then do you have the placard?
Well, look, I'm going to tell you something. Me? I protest for anybody. I help a lot of people.
So you were paid to do this?
Yeah.
Or you were paid to do this?
Yeah, I just joined in with everybody.
Because you did not know.
Black, white.
No, I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information, right?
It's a lot of information going out here, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people twist a lot of things up. Yeah. I don't know for sure what.
Well, you got to do a little bit digging.
However, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to help everybody out.
I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they ask you to do. Yeah. At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for.
No, it's not about pay, you know what I'm saying? It's just about.
Through referendum.
Iwukesan Wadale Enige
Ehaimo, Edion, Ikbea, Ihuo, Isenwuhan. Niriwoto Sanrivi, Mejotuao, Otunatioli, Ninas, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Naigionu Homunareo, Onotunada Wegi, Akoze Novadi Beale, Osibo 2023, Na Habo Sivori, Maimo Bobo, Beki Sholi, Olonutunada Wegi, Ebony Majana, naturally Nigeria, Okidonki, Ebu Umulu, Okolo Dansemi, Emie B, Ahenya Oria, Agboria Memo, Moriami, Olokidoki. Ono tunani na sida wege, Ebare Shavebu, Nebotioli Constitution, Olemane Santioli, Ebuhi, Ye, Ebi Umulu no, Ogi, Olevuole. Wala, esa madawege, era, Denya ora, Ono kukwole, Olaka Hiasivori. So that Odia begi, Honorana, Ole oni constitutional, Ole Ebuhina, Olaka Hiasivori, Olaka Hehe, Akwesegi, Aze, Alwe Akoze. Ramde wege, Oge no rivi, One Buhina, made that time aba, Pano, One Buhina wege, Man in Yato, naturally indigenous nationalities, Mamwa Huni, Ike Abuja, Niria, Nyama, Ogiva, Geone Buhina, Maye, Tali, Maro Bobo, Naze, Niru Abuja, Nya Nyama. Ge ebere woto ribegia igo efe no woto emioko igo humo na koko mayeri ahụ ni na ni ame mali oru eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bobaki no ma wako ta o ma mi gumada sikoko wege ma mu ahụ no suma ma mu ni na ebe ma mo weke oto Igo homo na miamali oge mare ni na ole zo no rubuto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wege ono gbebere ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo homo na rekoko igo na reke ebe efe no rubuto Amujo Vicenta, Natural Abuja, Ayagomu, Ego Rally. On a buhi na Natural Constitution, Olera Hunanda Megi, Exia Wara, Lami Bashana ye. Ogine. Iwege Ma Namo boy bima. Oda Kahomunya, Asabo Himigbe, Uwabe, Owaye Kiane. Ewa Sabo Yon Wabe. Iye mi wena uha mefi woto ofiwoku uku mufie gerebegia aya sapo na wujede aware wege nyage ma sapo na wujede ewa wo gboria aya sapo myole igwe kiri okoko awo moni egwana ro mugo ni na ano nebi hina oyeri ahụ ni na eli na sita wege owake mare diro anya onu se na osacha sebirio oleda we ki ukpede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe nebocholi 2020 onu tunina sinanda we gi onebu hinatoli constitutional okiki igbugen na abo onu
ebo no sma actually Nigeria na gbugon ki na abo abada ki wo hien ne na tare ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo de ka hion sole ase me ba lu onebu hina ni gbugo ki na nya ni na si wege ebe umulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege ase elu akoze ramde alu akoze ina zeni onebu gbugo na no hoge vuana ole na si the vegwo ele mada wege oke na remiege ayelu akoze o bebe awada lu oni ma si yero ati alu akoze o ona homo ni na si gere va ha bosibo ro egbe dam egbe fuwa ro me jotu eba o.
Here are some things that happened Tuesday, 28 December 2021, where OBJ spoke something about the oil and gas in Niger Delta. Yunugo, the president of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Nigeria collapsing under fraudulent 1999 constitution, INC chief tells Obasanjo. Professor Benjamin Kaba has berated former President Olusegun for using the 1999 constitution of Nigeria to justify his claim that crude oil and gas in the Niger Delta territory belongs to the country and not to the people of the region. Okaba, who spoke to the morning show program of the Arise television on Thursday, described Obasanjo's position as a second thought as it contradicts his earlier argument that the mineral resources of the Niger Delta were given by God for all Nigerians. He urged that the former president could not be relying on a constitution that had been variously rejected and described as a fraud and a military document imposed on Nigerians. Ukawa further said that the unitary character of the 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo deliberates, had become the major reason Nigeria was collapsing on all sides, as the constitution remained a faulty foundation for the country. He said the Nigerian 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo is now relying on, is a product of unrepresentative drafting and, to a large extent, must be the provision therein are military driven, so the constitution is fraudulent, satanic, and it has not served anybody any good. In fact, the 1999 constitution is a foundation for the collapse of Nigeria. Every fabric of Nigeria, the economy, educational system, infrastructure are all collapsing. Reforming will not save the situation. We need all over restructuring, because OBJ talked about reform and he believed that will help to normalcy the Nigeria. But we know that under a constitution that is faulty, not people-driven, but hurried put together a few weeks before the ascendancy of OBJ to power in 1999 cannot do us any good. So the various agitation across the country are clearly evidence for the Nigerian to work. We must do away with the constitution and go back to the basic. And in a federation, resources ownership, focal federalism are paramount, and every constitution that talks about federalism and does not recognize ownership of resources by the people is faulty. The INC chief stated that Section 140 of the 1963 Constitution, which Obasanjo made reference to, is in an open letter of reply to that of Ijaw Nation leader and the elder statesman Edwin Clark, who talked about the 50% of the proceeds from natural resources to the region in recognition of their ownership of the resources. Okaba contended that the former president was representing a class of people who had fought so hard to sustain a system that is colonial military driven and serve hegemonic interests against the interests of the people of Nigeria. He further said, so the 1999 constitution remained an arbitrous, a problem, and is the reason why we were where we are today. And those who are fighting tirelessly to sustain the status quo are doing it for a self-seeking purpose to protect their hegemonic interest. It is hard time we restructured and allow people who feel dissatisfied with the current system to seek self-determination. If not, like we said earlier, if they make restructuring impossible, then they made the rebundling of Nigeria inevitable.
Self-determination is the answer for Nigeria. Are you angry about the jihadist genocide in the Middle Belt killing Christians for land grab? Are you angry that Fulani herdsmen are trespassing onto your farms, killing, stealing, and destroying? Are you angry that you are a citizen of a country that is now the third most, should be second, most terrorized in the world with Boko Haram, ISIS, Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, and Al-Qaeda all operating from the same zone? Are you angry that you carry the passport of a failed country? Then you should join those seeking self-determination for ethnic nationalities. With self-determination, each ethnic nationality has the power to decide how we want to live and control our future, including resources. Self-determination is our self-defense. Join ninasvoice.org. ninasvoice.org. There's a lot riding on this.
Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Arewa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the
existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hisbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of this sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and the English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists, until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses
have placed the hope of a Messiah being elected, while those who know better warn the ignorant and puffed up illusionists, call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
Are not available anywhere in the world. No church like Redeem, no church like Winners, no church like Mountain of Fire, no church like Chosen, no church like Christ Embassy, no church like Deeper Life in the world. Redeem alone has over 40,000 parishes. Winner alone has 30,000. There are only 10,000 wards in Nigeria where decisions of those who rule these countries are made. So it's not just deliver Nigeria, it should be God. Wake up your church. Talk to your general overseers. The church community is an imprisoned community. Our general overseers have imprisoned us. They must release us, mobilize us, encourage us to go to the grassroots. Politics is grassroots. You know, I have done politics before. I have campaigned, I've been voted for, I was a deputy speaker of a state. I know how it works. It's not just prayer. We have prayed. And God has answered the prayers. The answer is that He has given us people. Next to God's power is political power. And I want what I am saying to be carried live. Next to God's power is political power. And political power is people giving. And God has given us people. What else do you want Him to do for us? You want God to come from heaven and be casting vote? You want God to go to the world and become world chairman? No, the 7 ESCO in each ward, they are the one that determine who is the president. We can't change Nigeria except we change the National Assembly. This evil law called Constitution, this is jihadist constitution. This is oligarchy constitution. This is a constitution that put the whole of the country under one tribe. This constitution cannot allow to go. And it cannot change until you change the men at the National Assembly. The men at the National Assembly will not change until you select new people that will replace them. So the church must wake up. And not only church, patriotic Nigerians must wake up in the name of Jesus. And you don't win on social media. You don't win on Facebook. You go to the grassroots. Me and you must be attending ward meeting. And we will put our good people there. It is the people at the ward that are called delegates. It is delegates that select who will be the president, who will be the governor, who will be the senator. If you are not there, you are at the back of the fence. If you pray from now till next year, and you are not there, you say prayer in vain. Church must wake up. And that's what I'm telling the whole church. And I'm telling you now. I don't know why God sent me to politics when I went. But you see, God has to send Joseph to Pharaoh's house. Joseph has to be raised in the palace to understand the palace culture. And then God returned him to defeat Egypt. By the grace of God, we will take Nigeria back. This country must be restructured. We must go back to true federalism. Nigeria was a negotiated country. Nigeria is not one country. Nigeria is a country of many nations. How can one ethnic group dominate everybody? It will not happen. It will not happen again. This year, God will deliver this country. Nigeria is a fraud. Our constitution is a fraud. Very unfair, very unkind, no equity. The whole of us will be under one. And if it is an ethnic tribe that wants progress, it will be a different thing. Repressing us. Now, that evil called Nigeria system will change. Amen. They want to go and carry me. Let them come and carry me. Even there, I will be saying it. Amen. And please change your prayer mode. Lord, save Nigeria, and Lord, save Nigeria. God has already saved Nigeria. It should be God. Wake up, Christians. Talk to our leaders. Let them allow us. Are you hearing me? There are only 10,000 wards. And I just mentioned some churches now that have thousands of parishes. Parishes that are docile, that are asleep. You are in the majority, but you are asleep. Minority dominating over you. Changing the law. Terrible law. Those laws must be changed. Change your prayer mode. If you are in our church, we don't pray, God save Nigeria. We just pray one country. Nigeria is not one nation. That's the first law we told ourselves. One nation. This country is not one nation. This country is many nations tied together by force. We must agree how to be one. We are not saying we are going to divide, but let everyone rule himself at his own pace, and let's meet at the center. Let's be like the United States of America. New York and New Jersey, they are side by side. They have different law, different policemen, different constitution. That's what it should be. Not somebody who dictates in Abuja, and that is all of us must do. Slow down our education, slow down our economy, slow down our military, make Nigeria unsafe. This civil system, die today! Amen. I don't know why God took me to politics in 1991. You know, what I saw in politics, I can't see it from the pulpit. That's why sometimes I don't blame our daddies. They can't see it. Let's pray, oh, let's pray. Oh. You pray until they cut your neck. You pray until they abduct all your children. No, we have prayed enough. We will still be praying. Time for action. Time for action. Time for action. I am going to tell you more about it later. I'm writing a book that is circulating all over the country now. And I have been around here for 49 years with you. And some of you are blaming me when I went into politics. God made my eyes to open. Nigeria will not be free until we send away these evil politicians. They must be replaced. And our constitution must be rewritten in the name of Jesus. Do you still like me? All right.
Now, here is why it gets really interesting. An MPA chairman drags Buhari before Abuja court over 1914 amalgamated treaty. The Nigerian Bar Association chairman, Ilesha branch of Osun State, Barrister Kami Ajibola, has dragged President Muhammadu Buhari to the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the president's refusal to release to him the certified copies of 1914 amalgamated treaty and 2014 confab report, the one convoked by Goodluck Jonathan. Ajibola had, through a letter dated September 22nd, 2021, and acting based on the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, asked the president to release the said documents to him within 7 days. The human rights lawyer who filed the suit asked the court for an order of mandamus compelling the president to make available certified true copies of Nigeria Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 and Nigerian 2014 National Conference Report. Besides, Ajibola in the suit number FHC/ABJ for Abuja/CS/1425/21 asked the court to compel President Buhari to supply information on why the federal government will not convey the national conference where Nigerians will be given free and fair opportunity to discuss issues relating to the unity and harmony of one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. This is my comment. I have never seen anywhere any country is described as indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. I mean, this is impossible. Nigeria did not fall from heaven. Nigeria is the work of, like, the creation of people. It was a business of the UK. And then we, the indigenous people, are beginning to wake up from our slumber. And then we're asking questions, what's going on? This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Let's get our people involved. Let's go to our people, ask our people, what do they want? Do they want to be like, do they want Nigeria to continue going this way, or they want something better? Do they want a better deal? Do they want to, like, see real true change happen to them? In the middle belt, in the lower Niger territory, that is the former, the current southeast and south and we need a binding multi-regional referendum, a vote, a very simple democratic demand. It's a democratic process. We cannot just force ourselves, being together when it's not working. It's not going anywhere. According to him, based on the present circumstances where there are breakdowns in the nation's governance with insecurity, nepotism, terrorism, and unemployment, among others, the court should decide if Nigerian people can still continue to live in unity and harmony as one country, and on what terms and conditions. This guy is essentially telling us what Lower Niger Congress, NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has been all about over the years till this moment, and until the mission is accomplished. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have a free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country. Again, I reject this word, indivisibility. No country is beyond division. Not on this world, not in this planet. There is no country that is to be said to be beyond discussion, that there should be no discussion about its existence, about its continued as is. If there are areas within that country that doesn't feel like belonging, that should be a reason for referendum. Canada did it some years back in Quebec. Quebec voted to separate. Their vote failed by 1% maybe. Something with Scotland. Countries vote for this is a democratic process. British people do it. They do it in Canada. They do it in UK. They do it in Europe. In fact, Britain is the last country that seceded. Britain essentially voted and separated from the European Union. They are still coexisting. They are not after each other's lives. They are still doing business together. They are still relating. They are still members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. They still do other businesses together. There is no fighting between them. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country, rotational presidency, and other acts of governance. He particularly mentioned issues relating to the Igbo nation, where he alluded that there was a calculated plan to treat them as an outcast out of the nation's presidency. The NBA boss said he was in court because by the placement of the constitutional duty, every citizen of the country has the right to make positive and useful contributions to the advancement, progress, and well-being of the community where he resides. 100%. No date has yet been fixed for the suit filed on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Let me say that there has been other suits that were filed many years ago, the Nigerian government has only gone to court to block those cases from moving forward because they have no credible counter to those demands. And it has always been about the unworkability of Nigeria. Now, what we have at hand is referendum. Let those that have ears hear and react to it and respond and continue to ask for information on where to go, to find direction. Ndi Igbo, I'm an Igbo person. Ndi Igbo are not asking for rotational presidency. We are asking for referendum vote against current constitution of 1999, upon which Nigeria is operating. We are asking for referendum, a binding referendum vote for Ndi Igbo to vote on whether to continue in Nigeria, along with in the South and all Middle Belt and Oduduwa land. All these people are asking for referendum vote, not rotational presidency, not president of Igbo extraction, because in a functional Igbo land, in a functional Lower Niger territory, in a functional Middle Belt and Southwest or Oduduwa nation, citizens from any other country that decides to move to Lower Niger territory and nationalize and become a citizen can vie for the presidency of the Lower Niger territory. And I believe Oduduwa nation will equally consider citizens of theirs from any other part of the world that supports the existence of the nation and is obedient to the rules will contest for the presidency of Oduduwa land, as long as it is for the progress of those regions. So we are not interested in Nigeria's presidency. Maybe I'm deflecting the tires of the one Nigerianists, especially the Nzuko people, among others. They are behind the visit by Chief Amechi Mbazulike to the presidency begging for Nnamdi Kanu's release. They are behind that disgraceful visit because it reduced us greatly in a way they probably never thought about. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But we need a binding referendum. Let's make Nigeria better. That's the way to do it better. Let's go for referendum. Fix a date and give enough time to educate our people on what is to come. And they will go for it. Sudan did it. Yes, they are still having problems on both sides of the divide, but it's okay. Whoever finds the way out first will get better. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan. They should figure it out, but in our own case, we also need to trigger that process to start figuring it out because we're not getting anything right now.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Here's news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria.
This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles. The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans, loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun, disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China.
NINES, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINES declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINES demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINES and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninesffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINES, call the number 0823-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there. and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023? Why there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national development. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives nonpartisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land. This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Kalamard, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker that gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, it is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of NINAS. Thank you for listening. Here's an article by Marvelous Marvel, NATO. You can't win a battle whose sponsors are your leaders, political leaders and religious leaders. They are the one behind the terrorist groups across the Sharia belt, the 12 Sharia practicing states of northern Nigeria. They are doing it at the presidency, at the mosque level, at the sheikhs, they are sheikhs. They are traditional leaders. Their traditional leaders are also their political leaders. So these people are setting the whole place on fire, and they think we're in one country. 2 days ago, I spent about 30 minutes on phone with a military general in the theater of war in the Northeast. He spent time with tales of how he recaptured some towns from terrorists in the Northeast, and how his troops are battle ready. As usual, I pleaded with him to resign, just like I have spoken to many of them from the South and Middle Belt. This is no ordinary war, and it won't end in victory for Nigeria. I need my friends to return home alive. Hopefully, many of them would be hearing this. Just yesterday, I read of the murder of General Zama Zakusu and other soldiers in Borno State, a state where terrorists hoisted their flags and are collecting taxes in several towns. I called my friend again to go through our discussion of the previous day. It was in 2005 that I first mentioned that Nigeria was heading the Afghanistan model in a conference, but many of the paid government officials kicked against it and lambasted me for being unpatriotic. Recall that terrorism was still at its infancy back then, so many of them didn't see the landmine created by the North when they adopted Sharia as their legal code more than 20 years ago. Fast forward to the present day, many of the guys that lambasted me are sitting quietly in their graves. Let me make this statement again. Nigeria will not win the war on terror. Nigeria lacks the institution, the character, the army, the will, the commitment, the unity, etc. to fight terrorists. We lost it long ago and was made worse when Buhari and the North reneged against the constitution to adopt Sharia in several northern states, 12 of them, which emboldened the actors to spread their tentacles. Nevertheless, I will continue to hold GEJ responsible for succumbing to the Arewa threat led by Buhari, El-Rufai, Sanusi Lamido, and the northern elite when the Nigerian army carried massive onslaught against the terrorists under Jarayi Hejrika by removing him as the chief of army staff. And that's what the North demanded of GEJ, and he did it. He removed the Hejrika. You know, when some of us think that Jonathan was a wimp, we were not wrong. He succumbed to them and even removed the former national security advisor who was later killed in Bayelsa State by agents of Arewa. He removed him and replaced him with Sambo Dasuki. You know, Azazi, General Woye Azazi. It's unfortunate, you know, what has been happening to Nigeria. You know, it's very sad. Very, very sad. Recall that they accused General Hejrika of trying to avenge the Biafran loss on their people. In other words, the North saw the terrorists as their brothers fighting for the same cause of establishing Sharia law, but in a misguided manner, whatever that means, but saw Hejrika as a usurper, and Nyamiri, which must be stopped at all costs. Evidently, they were never happy that GEJ appointed an Igbo man chief of army staff, the first since 1970. Even though General Hejrika recorded success in his push against terrorists and the Arewa regarded him as an infidel, decimating their Muslim brothers, they never cared that these people were murderers, rather were driven by religious sentiment. It was the North under Buhari that said that attack against Boko Haram was an attack on the North. Muhammad Buhari said it. It was Buhari that muted the idea of treating terrorists as the way Niger Delta militants were treated and suggested paying them salaries, which they are doing already. It was Buhari and the North that fought GEJ against branding Boko Haram as terrorists, but they were quick to call flag-flying IPOB members who has never killed any police or soldier as terrorists, and even went ahead to proscribe them and murdering thousands of them. Recall that Boko Haram appointed Buhari to represent them in negotiating with the government of GEJ in recognition to his support for the group, which was public knowledge. Consequently, on assumption of office, Buhari and El-Rufai started paying their murderous brothers as repentant terrorists and claimed to start a rehabilitation program for them. Millions of dollars were sunk into this program till date. The result was the growth of terror and banditry across the whole of northern Nigeria in very dangerous dimension and astronomical proportions. Expectedly, many of these rehabilitated terrorists found themselves into the Nigerian army today, working as spies and fighting from within the army to kill military personnel and their families. The point we must not shy away from is that Boko Haram, Islamic State, West Africa Province, ISWAP, Buhari, El-Rufai, Pantami, including, I must add, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, and many others, are fighting the same cause, which is to establish a pure form of Islam or Islamic State, a caliphate in Nigeria. Why must we involve ourselves in their fight? Buhari wanted Sharia, while the terrorists want Sharia. Why must an Igbo, a Christian, go to the north to die in a fight between two Muslim brothers? Why would a Middle Belterner, why would a Southwesterner do this? You know, Nigeria is gone. Sadly, I see those praying for Nigeria as either gullible or hypocritical folks. This is the time for politicians in the South and Middle Belt to sit down in sincerity to find solution to how the movement of terrorists in the South. Actually, they should shut down. All political activities should shut down until we figure out exactly what's going on. I am going to church this morning. No, I wouldn't pray for Nigeria to be better. Rather, I will pray for the disintegration of Nigeria, at least in the most peaceful way, which is what Ninas is proposing. A very peaceful dissolution, a peaceful way of putting Nigeria to sleep for good. I will ask God to separate us from terrorists and wicked people. I will tell God not to allow a wicked country like Nigeria to prosper until they allow my right to exit from their wickedness and evil union, at least through multi-regional binding referendum for the nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Federation. Whoever dies while fighting for Nigeria has died for nothing. And if you look at the way soldiers are being treated in Nigeria, you will come to the realization that dying for Nigeria is a waste. It's a waste. There's an article penned by the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, on May 21st, 2021. It goes this way. The wisdom of setting your own roof on fire. The conquest, designs, and murderous invasions of the Fulani is countrywide in Nigeria and was long in coming, facilitated immeasurably by the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution that tied everyone's hands to the back. Receiving a great boost when Buhari, the great Fulani champion, marauded his way to power via the Boko Haram campaign machinery back in 2015. The situation certainly required strategic action from the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria to address. At a time, the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria rallied behind the strategic actions prescribed by the LNC Movement for New Nigeria, or NINAS grand script that would oust both the Fulani and the 1999 constitution that brings them to our various spaces. Those Igbo folks, especially in the diaspora and particularly in the World Igbo Congress, WIC, who mocked what was being done by the LNC and its MNN allies, now NINAS, as mere academic exercise. Those Igbo who wanted physical action and who clapped and cheered rancorously and donated generously when Nnamdi Kanu announced the Igbo self-immolating outfit tagged ESN that was commanded to murder soldiers and policemen in Igbo land are the same ones shouting blue murder now that the Fulani embraced the invitation and license of Nnamdi Kanu to kill Igbo youth with impunity. Maybe when the blood festival that Nnamdi Kanu has been preparing for the Fulani and Nigeria in Igbo land gets fully underway, and when sufficient blood is shed in Igbo land to satisfy the bloodthirsty demons being invoked by the chief merchant of the Rogue Biafra franchise, the unthinking and dishonest Igbo cheerleaders of Nnamdi Kanu's lunacy will become sober and honest enough to proclaim very loudly to the hearing of both the global community and non-caliphate alliance partners in Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of the great calamity that has befallen Igbo land. Until then, let us continue in our dishonesty and folly of clapping and cheering for the bloodthirsty lunatics setting the Igbo roof on fire in the name of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. No one is rejoicing about Nigeria's current genocidal onslaught in Igbo land, and consequences will attach for the crimes against humanity now being committed in the East by the illicit federal government of Nigeria. But while all steps are being taken to get that, to get halt the official and unofficial bloodletting and military operations in Igbo land, we must also find the courage and honesty to proclaim very loudly that Nnamdi Kanu brought this upon Igbo land, and he truly did. Next is the Guardian newspaper advertorial taken up by the World Igbo Congress, whose leader is based in Houston, Texas, U.S., where World Igbo Congress was in total support for the ESN madness that has bettered the clearly foreseeable killings and military operations in Igbo land. Hailing and expressing support for the so-called Eastern Security Network set up by Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB, which rapidly degenerated to unknown gunmen, which prompted the massive military operation, was unleashed in Igbo land by the federal government of Nigeria as a reaction to what Kanu was doing. This WIC World Igbo Congress advertorial in Guardian newspaper is cited by the federal government of Nigeria as irrefutable evidence that the Igbo elite are in full endorsement of the mass murder Nnamdi Kanu was orchestrating in Igbo land, both against the Igbo who opposed his methods and against law enforcement, police and military. This unfortunately was what informed the indiscriminate killing by federal troops, by Nigerian military and police in Igbo land, because in the sight of the federal government and its military, IPOB was Igbo. We heard when the Inspector General of Police openly asked the mobile police forces deployed as part of the military operation in the southeast to kill instead of arresting anyone suspected to be involved with IPOB. More like kill them all order, reminiscent of the 1966 pogroms, when they were killing whoever that is considered to be non-Northerner and Easterner. Just because the WIC advertorial turned all Igbo to IPOB ESN in the eyes of the Nigerian federal government. It was against the backdrop of the WIC advertorial tragedy that the widely circulated AVID's letter, the U.S. Department of Defense, citing Nnamdi Kanu as the only hope of the Igbo, simply reinforced the aforementioned Igbo conspiracy view of the federal government of Nigeria for the killing of troops and policemen in Igbo land, compounding therefore an existing tragedy. Below is another video and a commentary. For International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. All besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries, supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's special watch list designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report. Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22, 2021, to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-NADECO 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO 2005 to 2006, was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Ariwa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north. The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 Constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the Alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN Alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the Alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN Organizations Alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladima Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MNN, that later bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people, ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt, who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the alliance territory, stepped forward for the assertion of the self-determination rights of the peoples of the Alliance territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure. It is now safe to inform us that in reality, MNN was actually a movement for no Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as movement for new Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications, and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the caliphate proprietors of one Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic one Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for, heavily financed by the Fulani, to preserve one Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure, and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening. Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audio-visuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom. It is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria, should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Beam. Now, or even the killing of Masab members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. you know. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Ugoni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery.
Regionalism or disintegration will solve Nigeria's problem. Cleric. Senior pastor awaiting the second coming of Jesus Christ ministry at Adewale Giwa. Adewale Giwa has called on all Nigerians to embrace regionalism, saying it would solve many challenges facing the country. This is contained in the Punch newspaper of November 29, 2021, today. He also said the plan by the federal government to remove fuel subsidy and increase the pump price for petrol by 2022 was not a solution to the current economic problem of the nation. The cleric stated this at his church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, on Sunday during the 20th anniversary of the church. According to him, Nigeria could only grow if the country could adopt a regional system. He said even without the removal of fuel subsidy, people still find it difficult to live, so the removal of subsidy is nothing but nonsense. What Nigeria needs right now is disintegration, or we go back to the regional system of government. Anything aside that is a failure. Abraham and Lot had a similar problem in Genesis chapter 13. There was a crisis between the two of them. This is very true. This is very biblical. Abraham had to call Lot to resolve this issue amicably. When you go to the south, I will go to the east. When you go to the west, I will go to the north. Lot had to agree with him, and they separated. Who said separation is not in the Bible? Anybody that says that is deceiving himself. Amen. The problem is compounding, and for us to solve the issue once and for all, we need disintegration. Disintegration will address the issue of subsidy because each region will manage itself. That is the truth, nothing but the truth. Giwa, however, cried out that there were attempts to silence the church following different threat messages he had been receiving. Nigeria. The pastor said, "They cannot stop me from saying the truth, but the issue of the church is that they are divided. There is wide division amongst us. Some pastors are being antagonized for saying the truth. The same problem we are having in Nigeria is the same one we are having in Christendom. The insecurity issues due to the failure on the part of the government. With the amount of security vote being taken by the governors, they have been able to utilize it. Have they been able to utilize it very well? If the security vote is being managed very well, kidnapping will be a thing of the past. 2023 election is not our problem now. They should put aside that election. Amen. They should first address salient issues like insecurity, hunger, and lots of issues affecting this country. Only God knows what will happen in 2023. I must add that we need, there is no need for any further political activities, but we need a referendum urgently. And that is where NINAS comes in. NINAS presents the template, the model, the processes that will be followed to save more lives of Nigerians and restore dignity and peace among all our people and silence all the evil that is going on all over the place so that the cleanup process will start. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Nice idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And here's the worst part. Do you know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't...
You see the dilemma of African countries. We borrow and continue to borrow to service the interests. Beggar nations. That's what Africa has been reduced to. And that's why China is taking over, gradually and steadily.
Urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Those that were shot at Lekki 2 Plaza in Lagos last year, October 20th, were hungry for justice, hungry for security, hungry for peace, hungry for development and hungry for normalcy, hungry for a normal country. They got shot, and their blood was washed away by way of cover-up by Major General Muhammadu Buhari's government. How could that satisfy the aspirations of the people to be free in their own country?
They worry me, make you give me joy. We don't take away their hungry worry. I get hungry, they worry. I'm tired. I'm hungry,
Budgets are bloated up to cater to the needs of the president and his vice and other ministers. I mean, corruption got taken to the next level by those who came to fight corruption. All tied to the 1999 Constitution. Everything that is happening to Nigerians is tied to the slave document known as the military-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has no progress attached to it. It's only destruction and ruination of the country. Notes on the self-determination goal of the Nina's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. Nina Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the Nina's Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocs in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty masquerading as Nigeria are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Target the head of the octopus and the tentacles will be destroyed. Part 2. With great blessing comes great responsibility, by J.D. Greer. Africa is very blessed. However, Africans are some of the poorest citizens of this world. There seems to be nothing for Africans in Africa, as Africans are all migrating out of Africa. For over 400 years, it's either Africans are being stolen from Africa as slaves, or hardship is forcing them out of their land as self-made slaves. It takes two to tango. This weekend, as we continue to look at the several tentacles used to enslave and hold us down, it will be wise for us to find out if Africans played any role in their enslavement and predicament. What have we done with the blessings of Africa? Why have Africans not felt the blessings of Africa? Why haven't we kept our promises to one another? We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel. Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions,
over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion. Shocking, but that's the reality at hand. Most of Angolan oil is going towards the repayment of Chinese debts, despite Angola being the second largest producer of oil in Africa. That brings us to the end of this video. Share your comments in the section below. Remember to China's activities in Africa.
So Ethiopia used part of the money they are owing China to build the railway that stretched from Djibouti to Addis Ababa upon the departure of Eritrea out of Ethiopia, because Eritrea is what used to give Ethiopia, the old Ethiopia, access to the sea, to the Nile. And so once Eritrea left Ethiopia through one referendum and the eventual referendum about 2 decades plus ago, Ethiopia became a landlocked country, and they had to build that rail track that traveled from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. That's how they get their containers and other shipments, through the rail, just like Uganda, that is equally landlocked, that gets her containers through the ports in Kenya. One of them is Mombasa. And so countries can survive even when they are landlocked. We can stop the Chinese onslaught against Africa by going through referendum in Nigeria. That's how we'll sort our problem there. Otherwise, those people going cap in hand, borrowing, looking for money, looking for air to share, money to share, in a country that has 3 million crude oil barrels every day they supply to the rest of the world, they are still beggars. Terrible people. They have destroyed Nigeria and rendered it a miserable country. You know, a country that is supposed to be giving aid to other African countries is constantly borrowing, putting future generations into debt without any commensurate infrastructure to show for it. Sucks to be Nigeria. Representatives from the Ijaw nationality movement signed the resource control and self-determination. The Ijaw ethnic group on Thursday became the first to sign the Niger Delta People's Charter on Resource Control and Self-Determination. The pact was signed on behalf of Ijaw indigents by His Royal Majesty King Frank Okiabe Agadagba X of Baraun Kingdom. The ceremony took place in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State Capital. A statement by Ovunda Eni, Niger Delta Congress spokesman, disclosed. Former President, Nigeria Environmental Society, NES, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Rivers representative, signed the charter mid-November. A week earlier, Emeritus Professor Ebieberi Joe Alagoa, representing Bayelsa, gave his assent. The 88-year-old statesman lectured at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. The charter solicits over 70 signatures from Niger Delta nationalities, organizations, and the 6 South-South states. The document demands that oil and other natural resources be controlled by the people while pushing for exit out of Nigeria. It will be presented to the world on February 23rd, 2022, at the 55th anniversary of the Niger Delta Republic Declaration by the late Major Isaac Adakaboro. This is quote from Daily Post and reported by Wale Odunsi. Thank you for listening.
NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution. And no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NIAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with Ninas, call the number 0823-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
Nigerian Union Dispute: The Folly of Building on a Rickety Constitutional Foundation by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows: Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigerians' constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federated constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the South. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners are Fulani northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the middle belt and south. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani northern Muslim. The poorest states and educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asharok. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax. that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage. After losing ground in Syria and Iraq, the top general of U.S. Special Operations Command in Africa is warning that Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other Islamic terror groups are now trying to take over parts of the continent's most populous nation. Major General Dagvin Anderson says Muslim terrorists have set their sights on Nigeria's southern and northwestern regions, and the U.S. is now sharing specific intelligence with the country.
So this intelligence sharing is absolutely vital, and we stay fully engaged with the government of Nigeria to provide them an understanding of what these terrorists are doing.
Their goal? Eventually turn Nigeria into a Muslim country and force Christians who make up half the country's population to either leave or convert.
Christians are in the eye of the target, and they're coming after them.
And the numbers are staggering. August 6th, Muslims stormed 4 remote Christian villages in Kaduna State, killing 22 villagers. July 24th, 21 dead, scores injured, and several Christian homes destroyed by militants. July 19th, 19 people killed when assailants armed with guns and machetes attacked a wedding reception. And the list goes on. Leading human rights groups say what's going on in Nigeria is a genocide.
If you look at what's happened in the last 20 years, George, it's just massive number of attacks against Christians. Look, 50 to 70,000 have been murdered.
For years, the main terror group was Boko Haram, which seeks to overthrow the government here and create an Islamic state.
They go after Christians and moderate Muslims. They push a hard-line Muslim agenda. It is their intention to establish a caliphate and to just rid all of Nigeria and West Africa of any Western influence whatsoever.
Now, there's a new actor on the scene. In Nigeria's so-called Middle Belt region, where the Muslim North meets the Christian South, a terror group made up of Muslim Fulani herders are killing thousands of Christians. More than 1,400 Christians were hacked to death in just the first 7 months of 2020 by Fulani herders.
Unfortunately, the secular media are quite often biased and trying to present this as a tribal conflict rather than religious.
Nigeria's president, a Muslim, has so far done very little to stop the bloodshed. His police and army are also mostly made up of Muslims.
The attackers are never captured. They are not prosecuted. The security services respond very slowly. A full day can go on with attacks happening and no security shows up. And frequently, the government officials will provide cover.
Helpless and vulnerable to almost daily attacks, leading Catholic bishops are now urging Nigerian Christians to defend themselves. Human rights groups are asking the White House to appoint a special envoy to help end the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Unless the world takes note and puts pressure, economic pressure, sanctions, visa bans on the officials who are responsible for this travesty and for not reining in the terror, then Nigeria will continue to be a bloodbath.
Meanwhile, King's Group is helping more than 3,000 Christians who lost their businesses, homes, farms, or land to Boko Haram and Fulani militant attacks. International Christian Concern has created communal farms to give victims the opportunity to rebuild their lives.
When they get back to work, The family is fed. They have a future. The kids can go back to school. It's a restoration of hope. It really is. And it's much more than just economics. It's the whole community. It's all the parts of life, the emotional, the physical, the mental. It means a lot to them.
ICC and so many other groups trying to bring hope in the midst of all this devastation facing the Christians of Nigeria.
And they are doing it.
They are, absolutely.
Great story, George.
Thank you.
Coming up, new evidence.
For delivering uncolored report on the NSAS shooting at Lekki on October 20th, 2020, members of the panel are now getting essentially targeted by agents of Nigerian government. They are being unfairly persecuted already just for coming out with their report that heavily indicted the government of liars. Since the submission of the NSAS panel report to the governor of Lagos State on November 15th, 2021, members of the panel have become subject of vicious attacks by those suspected to be agents of the government. All manner of allegations have been heaped upon panel members, some of whom have been called unprintable names. I can confirm that no member of the panel lobbied to be appointed into the panel. As a matter of fact, in my own case, His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, appealed to me to accept my appointment, which I saw as a call to national service. The primary reason the governor gave to me then was that he wanted men and women of integrity, independent and not subject to manipulation, to be on the panel. Just today, my attention has been drawn to an interview by a senior counsel to the Lagos State government to the effect that panel members collected bribe in the course of the assignment. It is unfair, ungodly, and least expected of the government and its lawyers. The Lagos State government asked for 2 weeks to enable it to release a white paper on the report submitted to it by the panel, and we have been waiting, but it would seem that the Lagos State government has now unleashed mindless propaganda upon panel members, whilst at the same time asking for restraint from the general public. I have in my custody certified true copies of all proceedings of the panel and all exhibits tendered before the panel in respect of the Lekki Tollgate investigation. I urge the government to call its agents and lawyers to order so as not to provoke aggravated responses. It is unfair to seek to denigrate people's hard-earned reputation on account only that they accepted to render selfless service at the behest of government. If the government and its agents are not restrained from attacking others, nothing stops us from defending our integrity. I should not become a victim of unwarranted attack just because I accepted to serve the government and the outcome of that assignment did not favor the expectations of the government. Suffice it to mention that I worked with men and women of unblemished integrity and am proud to be associated with them all. I therefore appeal to His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, to call all agents of state to order and keep to his promise to us to release a white paper within 2 weeks and to send the unedited report of the panel to the National Economic Council. Signed by Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, SAN, Lagos, Lekki, Lagos, November 18, 2021. And so Nigeria now will resort to attacking the panel members like they didn't deliver the kind of manipulated report they were most likely hoping for. The report has turned out to be a huge embarrassment to the government, to the military, to the police, to the federal government and their agents, especially Lai Mohammed and the rest of them who has been in denial, lying and continuing in their lying ways. So, here is a panel member now coming public, exposing the hypocrisy that is the Nigerian system, that system that is condemned never to work well. Very sad. Sucks to be Nigeria. Notes on the self-determination goal of the Nina's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty. Nina Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the Nina's Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. There's something that doesn't make sense, and I've been deliberating on this and wonder if other people are thinking about this. What is happening to the Southeast? I was in the Southeast for over 5 weeks between December and February 2022, barely last week. And I saw firsthand a ruined environment. Southeast has essentially been destroyed by certain criminals that claim to be fronting for the indigenous people of Biafra. They are not from, like, they go to different states to cause trouble. These people have been mentioned to have come from Ebonyi State. And so they make sure there is no business activity in Onitsha, at Aba, at everywhere in Enugu, Nnewi. They kill people at marketplaces. Who imported these people who are doing this to Ndi Igbo? They placed a lockdown that lasted for 4 days. And not once did Nnamdi Kanu stood up in court and say it openly in the court to the hearing of anybody that he does not support the group that is doing this. IPOB has gone into denial by disowning whoever is doing the group that is doing this to Ndi Igbo. I did share a few pictures of where people were walking across the bridge at Onitsha from Opiweka across to Asaba on Sunday evening because the road was completely locked down. You can't drive through. So that you can continue on your way to wherever you're going in that vicinity. Now, because of what? Nnamdi Kanu had case. Monday, there was probably a sit at home. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Kanu has court appearances at Abuja. And so, his own people, the Messiah, is appearing before Herod's court. And the disciples had to actually stab themselves, fall on their swords. Literally, the disciples of Jesus would have all committed suicide because Jesus was held and being tried. Is Nnamdi Kanu greater than Jesus Christ? Why are they destroying Alibo? Why? Who is this Ima Powerful? Ima Powerful should show up. Let him show his show his face. Let's know who he is. Where does he live? Why are they releasing statements to rule our people, controlling the mind of brainwashed people who have no job? It appears there is a declaration of class war in Alibo, that some people, some criminal elements within the Igbo system are going to declare war on the rest. They want to make Aba uninhabitable. They want to turn Onitsha into the new Aba, where they are doing all sorts of destructive activities. And so, if these people are really not from IPOB, like the IPOB has been denying and continue repeating issuing orders, they continue to issue orders and deny the consequences, the result. If indeed it's not their members, let them tell us who they are. And the state has failed our people. Because you never hear any governor maintaining appearances, speaking to their people, telling them, look, making sure that the current confusion that is called Nigeria is providing policing services for our people instead of extorting people on the road. They are essentially begging money. And these days they are not as aggressive as they used to be, but they are still begging for money. And you pity them. When you look at them, you know that they are under-enumerated. They are not being paid enough. Their bosses are stealing their money. I have had this said at the defense headquarters, that the money that is being budgeted for the police does not get to the police. It stays at the office of the Inspector General of Police. Because of what? Nigeria chose to be operating one national police. One united Nigeria, one national police. They forget that the world has moved on. People are now using local, municipal police. A lot of provinces doesn't have police. So they use the central police, RCMP. They are professional officers. They show up, they provide their policing services until the city becomes strong enough to provide their own policing services, to handle their own budget. They go to other places. That is how it is done. But Nigeria is running a criminal enterprise that is illegal in a lot of ways. Now, where does it lead Nigeria to? Confusion. That's why thieves are running the southeast now, declaring sit at home in the name of supporting Nnamdi Kanu, who is already in court. And we have always insisted that Kanu must get justice. Nigeria must treat Nnamdi Kanu with justice. Nnamdi Kanu, if he has evidence against Nigeria, he should tender it without fear, because the world is watching. What do we get in return from the IPOB? Recklessness on steroids. IPOB, a non-state banned organization, given orders and imposing trade bans, ruling Southeast essentially, provocative. When the fallout comes, cries of innocent Biafrans being harassed will rend the air. Igbos trade in many communities and work in many areas in the north. The process of parting ways with Ariwa is an ongoing process. If the members of this renegade group decides to stop Hausa Nama, then they can do so by flooding the market with their own locally bred cows in all states. Where they are not able to do so, then they should let those making sure their Fulani cow grazers don't step into private farms continue with their business. Continue with their business. We must insist that no cow should go into private properties. That's fair. So long as they don't encroach into other people's properties, that's their business. People have to do their business until we're able to produce enough Muturu cows, the big ones, those big, beautiful cows that are not as violent as the Fulani cow. Why then do we try to antagonize our people by telling people that by this time of the year, they will stop eating cow meat? Are you selling chicken, or you're producing fish, or what are you doing? IPOB members, I don't know anyone that has any farm, animal farm. Let them showcase it. Let them share. Let them share. Let's see if they have it. Why seek to destroy our people? I don't hear Ohaneze, any faction, saying anything now. IPOB or other elements must cease and desist from engaging in violent acts against anyone or groups in the Southeast. What they are now doing is distorting real work ongoing to get Nigeria fully sorted out. We can send the Fulani and their Igbo partners packing by going into cow business ourselves. Grow more cows of the big Efi Igbo type. Price it lower and kill the Hausa Nama businesses. And we will send these terrorists going. They will go home. Once we do like that, they will be gone. You know? But we cannot destroy our place. We cannot destroy our place because of Nnamdi Kanu and a few renegades, a few crooks who think that they are running our place now. Like, what is going on? We can do this for a number of years, and those that foreign cow importers will either join the Mutru cow business or find another thing to do. We can go after this in a more organized manner. Let the IPOB go into farming. Farming of all kinds. Vegetable, anything. Or they should just leave Alibo in peace, or relocate to the Ariwa, or live altogether for Cameroon, where they are fighting also for breakup. This IPOB should go to Cameroon and help Cameroonians. When they finish, then they can know what to do. They should leave Alibo. I mean, this has been your guy, Stephen, speaking, just expressing how frustrated and weak I am with Nigeria. Nigeria is such a sad commentary on what a country is supposed to be. Very shameful, very sad country.
Understand your role in society, you can never make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are 3 types of people on earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. My concern early here is that Nigeria may have been dominated by the idiots. Studies show only 10% of Africans are citizens. The remaining 90% are either tribesmen or idiots. When the Greeks used the word idiot, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just don't care. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats bananas, he throws the peels anywhere instead of putting them in a trash bin.
According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. The next set of people are the tribesmen. These are people that look at everything from the point of view of their tribe. These are people that believe in you only if you are part of their tribe. It can be terrible to have a tribesman as a leader. He will alienate the rest. This perfectly captures Muhammadu Buhari and his mentality, his narrow worldview. When the Greeks talk about tribes, it's not just about ethnicity. They also consider a religion as a tribe. A great percentage of Africans are tribesmen because they view everything from the point of view of their tribes. They trust only their tribesmen. This is probably among some tribes, not all tribes. Number 4, the last group are the citizens. These are people that like to do things the right way. They will respect traffic light rules even if no one is watching them. They drive within speed limits. They respect the laws, won't cheat in exams. In government, they won't steal. They are compassionate and give to others to promote their well-being. Citizens often promote projects that benefit everyone. The Greeks call this group the citizens. Some countries have more citizens than tribesmen and idiots. Others have so many idiots. A tribesman can become a citizen through orientation, and an idiot can become a citizen by training and constant enforcement of the law. But things fall apart if you select an idiot or a tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Wow. The interim chairman of APC once told us that Muhammadu Buhari was a reformed Democrat. That was a lie. So the disaster called Muhammadu Buhari could have been avoided if that man had actually spoken the truth timely enough to Nigerians. Nigerians allowed this dangerous man to get into office because of the lies of some party members. Wow. But things fall apart if you elect an idiot or tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Where do you belong? Are you an idiot, a tribesman, or a citizen? Reflect about your life, reflect about your country and Africa in general before you answer. Food for thought.
Small, intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of United States of America, meaning you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us," unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control $305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swaths of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid, but paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP, but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing, and poaching annually. How can any continent, country, or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth, and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstruction. reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
Here's The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi. The Will to See on the killing, persecution of Christians across Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
C'est ici que tout a commencé.
The Will to See.
Je suis à New York pour défendre la cause des Kurdes et je reçois le message d'un inconnu qui veut
I
m'alerter
received
sur
a
le
message
sort des
from a
chrétiens
messenger of the
du
plight of
Nigeria.
Nigeria's Christians.
Des messages de cette sorte,
I
j'en
often
reçois
get
très
messages of
souvent et
this
je ne
sort.
compte pas les appels au secours
I can't wait.
auxquels je n'ai depuis un demi-siècle, hélas, pas pu répondre. Alors est-ce que c'est le hasard?
So is it
Un
chance?
reportage
A
le
report
matin
I
même
read the
sur
same
Boko
morning
Haram,
about Boko Haram,
Daesh africain.
the African
Ou
ISIS.
y avait-il chez mon
Or was
mystérieux
there something in the
interlocuteur un
voice
ton
of my
d'urgence
mysterious caller
qui ne laissait pas le choix?
that left me with no choice? The fact is, I take the meeting dead body all over the place. People macheted, shot, killed, being buried in mass graves. Christians getting buried in mass graves.
Le temps a beau passer, j'ai beau tout faire pour m'évader, m'endurcir, je ne m'y résous pas. Et face à ces scènes,
First with these
face à ces
scenes,
images de ce que l'homme peut faire de pire à l'homme, je réponds comme je l'ai toujours fait. Écrire bien sûr, témoigner sans doute, mais d'abord y aller.
first go to the ground. Take a visit to the ground where it is happening, the ground zero. The Will to See by Bernard Henry Levi continues.
Les assassins arrivent généralement de nuit.
The assassins generally arrive by night on long-saddled motorbike, 3 per bike, yelling Allahu Akbar,
Vers les cris de terreur violents,
going in raping, gunning, killing people,
ils vandalisent tout sur leur
massacring. They vandalize their properties and burn their houses. Here we are on a morning stroll in the village of Wereng in Nigeria's Middle Belt. Christians have come from neighboring villages. In their thousands. So many coffins awaiting burial. Leaving the ceremony in Jumai is Jumai Victor, the only survivor of a previous attack. As she was pregnant and the emir didn't want to see her, his men just cut off her arm, like at a butcher. People are crying, wailing, agonizing. They began with her fingers, and her hand, then her forearm, then the rest of the arm, after the last of the two that the hands had in each share. This is documentary by Bernard Henry Levard. She has come to mourn at the graveside of her husband, killed with 4 of their children in front of her. While shooting the film, she joined her family in the grave, killed in a subsequent attack. This is what the Islamists are doing in the northern part of Nigeria, in the Middle Belt. These are the kind Fulani herdsmen, supposedly heading south. They are coming down from the mountaintop seeking greener pastures, but determined like Boko Haram to wipe the continent clean of its Christians. Go. Do you want to be macheted? I told you to go. Go away. He's coming with violence. That's what it has become. Nigeria has become killing field where Christians are not secure. And that's why we are calling for a binding multi-regional referendum. Nigeria is a country in crisis. Everywhere you go, you see evidence of failed state written all over the country, and there's a lot of disquietness, a lot of disturbance, a lot of insecurity, poverty, bitterness, hatred across the country. In fact, a criminal gang is controlling Southeast right now to the point that they can tell people to stay home for 1 week, and everyone patiently stays home because they know there is nothing out there to protect them. So everyone shuts down their businesses and their daily activities that actually is where they get their daily bread. They let it go because they want to be safe. They don't want to get into trouble. They shut themselves in. I have been on ground here for over a month, and I have seen things that are completely bewildering. I can't even explain it. That people can listen to criminals, gangs, who are going about burning people's businesses, killing people. At Umuch, they killed 2 people last week during the 4-day shutdown, Monday to Thursday, because one of us, an Igbo man, was facing trial at Abuja, Nnamdi Kanu. And they also killed 2 people at Ekulobia. And at Ogad, I understand they used machete to cut 2 people's head. Now, I don't know how this leads to anything near freedom or the realization of the illusionary Biafra they have in mind. But we know where all this is leading to. It's state of anarchy. That's what they're looking for. And they believe that the more they cause trouble, the closer they get to referendum. But let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about the current state of Nigeria and the hopelessness of future elections into federal elections in a country that is completely polarized. Everybody wants to go their own way in this country. The Ibom people from Akwa Ibom are asking for their own free state. Lower Niger Territory is asking to go apart, and Oduduwa Nation is also seeking to go apart. And Middle Belt that has come under intense jihad attack, where the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being powered by the Nigerian government, being protected by the Nigerian government, being armed by the Nigerian military, has been attacking communities and replacing them. An active genocide to which the world has turned a blind eye to. The Middle Belt are equally seeking out of Nigeria, just like Lower Niger Territory and the Oduduwa Nation. Let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about this.
Hello, my name is Kingsley Mogalo. I know that it looks like it's all over for Nigeria, but I'd just like to remind each and every one of us that working together, we can stabilize Nigeria and make it a prosperous country. But in order to do this, we must all come to the table and address what the fundamental issues are, which is injustice. Nigeria needs a fundamental constitutional restructuring. There is no other way out. Else, there is a very strong possibility that the country can implode. If it does, and it does so violently, it will not be pretty. War and violence do not yield any real benefit for the normal man or woman in our country. It means disruption, it means economic dislocation, it means refugees, it means hunger, starvation, and all kinds of things. And if that happens, let us be very clear who is responsible. Those who refused the opportunity to fundamentally restructure Nigeria, giving it a truly new people's constitution. That's what we need to do. Let's begin that discussion before it is too late. But let's not give up hope. And on the other hand, we cannot have the peace of the graveyard. I don't believe in illusions. I don't deceive myself. I'm very pragmatic. We will and we can face the problems that are facing us, and we can overcome them. But I don't believe in the peace of the graveyard, and I don't believe in violence. Both are extremes. We want justice. We want prosperity. We want jobs for our youth. That's what we want. We need a leadership and a constitution that can give us the kind of leadership that this country desires and deserves. Thank you.
You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India.
Professor
that
James
you're looking at an
Small
African
speaking.
cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language. But they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
True. It's
to come
true.
to in the idea.
Selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility to publicize it to the country. On the day of swearing in of Obasanjo, we didn't have a copy of the constitution. I didn't know who was printing it. And my ministry was supposed to pay for the printing. And Obasanjo was sworn on a constitution that had not been read by anybody.
Wow.
And the National Assembly could not be constituted until 4 days after he swore in it, because there was no clean copy of the constitution. You cannot build a website. And the country cannot live on falsehood.
Such a fraud. Such a fraud. That's what Nigeria is.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principle for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Chief Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of the conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark. Here's an article on the prophets and the palace. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and Jehoshaphat in Judah, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. There was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the palace heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen. Speaking of the indifference of Africans especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria. I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an app.
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn. The band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then, because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomenon. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere
and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that loved Europe more than they loved their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk. He now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now says, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
No, I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1960s, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they have conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to
ethnic
75%?
nationalities?
Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
no,
anybody.
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. None of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see
there's no
waiting. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you, to prove you right or wrong. Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this, it is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood. And if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
So, Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is
to
allow the ethnic nationality
and have this discussion without what you are saying, them, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nnadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olu, where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigeria Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. That in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people, like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing, wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe Chiche, like in the Bay or this in Zuzu, that the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Nigeria, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot. Like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are Omonile, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olo where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe Chiche, like in the Bay or this in Zuzu, that the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are money, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Ndi Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By Autumn, February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Autumn on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Autumn stated this when he received